is our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
Yo, what's going on, everybody? On this, I don't know what kind of Saturday this would be. I guess as far as it warmed up pretty good. We got above 40 degrees, and don't know if it's gonna stay there, but pretty hopeful. I am been so ready, I guess, for spring. I guess as far as it's not even funny. But even with that being said, on top of that good news, we fit the follower goal. I guess as far as here on the channel. I guess as far as for March. We still got some days in March, I guess, as far as to go. So probably reset that follower goal, I guess, as far as moving forward till the official end of March. But yeah, with that being said, all that, more good news. We do have a game giveaway, I guess, as far as to kick off, I guess, as far as for hitting 50 followers, I guess, as far as within, it's been maybe a little bit over a month, but I always like to show my appreciation, I guess, for those that do take the initiative, I guess, as far as support the channel in any which way they can. And that's just one of my ways, I guess, of being able to do that is do a game giveaway. So if the need arises, I guess, as far as when we get enough participants, let's put it that way. I know it tends to get a little bit dull, I guess, as far as with doing these streams here, I guess, as far as with what we'd like to do here. But yeah, if we do get some much needed participants to get to that, I'm just checking things out and make sure everything is running smooth. So we did have some issues, I guess, as far as on Monday, I guess, as far as modeling Monday, I guess, as far as we had some video freeze, some of the playback. So yeah, we're just kind of crossing our fingers and make sure that doesn't happen. I'm gonna be on the lookout, I guess, as far as I'm very vigilant, I guess, as far as to make sure that doesn't happen. So if you are following the channel and you're hanging out, we do have the cross fingers emote, not only for, you know, for such occasions like this, but a lot of the stuff that we do to volunteer yourself into requires, I guess, as far as the use of the cross fingers. So do feel free to use that. It is there at your disposal, I guess, as far as to combat, I guess, as far as such issues that we have during stream and on the stream itself. So some of y'all might be tending to wonder, what in the world do we have on the screen here? And to put it simply, we're looking at a portion of the Dairyland map as far as the topography for it. Now what should exist on here, that I'm looking here, I guess if we zoom in a little bit closer, we can see that this actually includes topography of the map. The Dairyland map for Farm Sim 22, I guess, if I was to be more precise. And the gray bits here, I guess, as far as we see, is the actual waterways that run through the map, I guess, as far as the river that runs at the extreme north of the map, to include the added lakes at the end of the creeks in the river that extend off into the forest area of the map. So what we're attempting to do here is actually create a water fill trigger, I guess, as far as that'll be a free water source for those waterways. And been struggling, I guess, as far as a little bit, I guess, as far as to get that to work the way we would like it to. So we're going to be playing around with this, I guess, as far as to see if we can't get down to the nitty gritty of what we're doing here. Hey, look, my old account got 2FA. Probably not. So you might have to reiterate, I guess, as far as like, yeah, it's coming up as a first-time chatter there. 2FA got messed up, huh? That happens. So this is your new account. Oh, so you were the one. You were the one that put the crazy long account name, I guess, as far as on my event list. I guess as far as for that, I was like, what in the world? It almost seemed like it might have been a bot. I wasn't 100% sure, so I'm glad you've clarified that it's definitely not a bot, because I had no idea as far as what that was all about. I almost banned it, I'll be honest, but I figured I'd give it the benefit of the doubt. And so yeah, I think that's been since at least last week that I saw that account come across, and it was like, saw that in my events list, and I'm like, what in the world? So it's just like, I saw it was brand new, and a lot of times when that happens, especially when we got such a long name, it tends to be sometimes suspect. But yeah, I guess I'm glad I gave it the benefit of the doubt, because I was like really close. I was like microseconds away from just being like, nope, you're gone. Because we do have the ability to do that. Granted, it still comes up to Twitch, I guess, as far as to do what they feel is necessary when we put a suspect account, you know, through there. But yeah, again, I'm just glad I didn't do that. Super Mario Darkness from old account, from a backup account. Okay, so you weren't obviously able to use the same name, being the fact that that was messed up. Just a suggestion, possibly. It may become, I understand as far as why you did it the way you did it, but just to kind of thwart, you know, stepping on and being able to get access, I guess, as far as via the old account. But I would shorten the name up a little bit. Just a suggestion. Just a suggestion. Because when it comes up that long, in a lot of cases, that's like a red flag, I guess, as far as to a lot of streamers, I guess, as far as, especially when it comes off stream, you know, when you're not live, for example. So when we see that in our event list, and especially with the backup, without any explanation to it, so just a word of the wise, and that goes for anybody too, I guess, as far as like that, when you create names that are long like that, it kind of creates it a suspect. So just be aware of that. But the fact that you're obviously chatting in here and we can confirm that, that's, you know, that makes it a little less suspicious, I suppose. Right. And, you know, I can totally understand that. I think we've all been there at one point with, you know, getting the account hacked, and, you know, Twitch will a lot of times just suggest, I guess, as far as you create a new account, you know, if you are legit and you're not a bot and so on. And it is tough, I guess, as far as to try and make it close to the same name that you had. Because obviously you can't use the name that you had. They got hacked and is otherwise screwed. So, yeah. I've been there. I think anyone else, you know, on Twitch, just asking anyone on Twitch, they've probably at least had that issue, I guess, as far as one time. I don't know if probably anybody that hasn't had that issue at least once. So, yeah. Yeah, it is kind of messed up, I guess, as far as the 2FA, because the 2FA has always been like the go-to thing to do, I guess, as far as with a lot of accounts. Yeah, so the fact that the 2FA itself would do that, that is kind of messed up. Totally get that. But it is very important, I guess, as far as to use the 2FA. For anybody that doesn't know what 2FA is, that's what's called two-factor authentication. And what it basically does is, when you log into anything, and we're just using Twitch as an example, it'll send an email or a phone text or whatever for you to confirm that it's you that's actually trying to log in to your account. So a lot of places that, you know, have sensitive information, you know, as far as, especially on Twitch, you know, having the viewers having the ability to be able to purchase a sub or whatever like that, just because there's that ability, you definitely want to be able to protect your account from any debit card or bank account that you might have attached to your account, to include, I guess, as far as even if you're on Prime, you know, as far as through Amazon, same thing. It doesn't matter if you're using If you got any of that information, I guess, as far as connected to your account, all the more reason, I guess, as far as definitely make sure you're using 2FA. I know for us as streamers here on the Twitch platform, we're not allowed to really run our, to do anything with our account team and stream on the Twitch platform without having 2FA. Twitch requires us, I guess, as far as to have 2FA because of the sensitive information of, getting payouts, I guess, as far as through the subs and the bits or whatever that you, the viewers, do pass to us. So, yeah. All right, so I'm still checking. I've been having, like I said, I've been having some issues in the past, I guess, as far as with stream kind of taking a crap on me, I guess, as far as to getting video freeze on the playback. So if you see the screen freeze at all, but yet you can still hear audio, do let me know, because in fact, I'm just checking this out myself. So if you don't see any movement, I guess, as far as on the video playback, feel free to let me know, because there has definitely been concern, I guess, as far as it seems like whenever I'm doing these modeling, the 3D modeling stuff, be it with Farm Sim or anything else, it for some reason it just tends to want to freeze up the video playback, but yet you can all still hear audio. It's kind of weird. So yeah, we also do, as I already mentioned, I guess, as far as if you are following the channel, we do have the cross fingers emote. And it seems to be a pretty powerful emote, because it's happened in the past, I guess, as far as when we get that, not necessarily spam, but just use it on occasion just to kind of keep things flowing in there. Because a lot of times, I think some of it, what it has to do with, it may just be a theory of mine, but I somehow feel, I guess, as far as that, there's some connection, I guess, as far as with when there's no interaction or whatever, and there's no bits or anything showing up on the screen, that there's a lot of interactable things, I guess, as far as in chat is what I'm trying to say. So if you put emotes in there, it'll put the emote wall on the screen. If you chat, I got an overlay, I guess, as far as that'll show up on the screen. When things like that don't happen, for some reason, I think it's just, be it an OBS thing or Twitch thing or whatever the case may be, it tends to just freeze the video because there's nothing happening. So yeah, that's just my way of combating this, as far as the potential of the video getting frozen, is to have those interactions that you, the viewers, as far as can interact with. So feel free to use the cross finger emote, any of the emotes that you have, I guess, as far as available to you as a follower, just to kind of keep things nice and fresh. Let's see, I refuse to set up 2FA on this because of it. Yeah, and that's understandable, as far as to be gun shy to it because of what happened there. But as long as you don't have, I don't know, and I'm not saying you have to disclose at all, but because that is sensitive information. But if you have, say, example, this account that you're on, tied to your Amazon account through Prime Gaming and all that, you might want to think twice about that. Just as a suggestion. I'm not saying that's what you have to do. But much the same as Twitch would do, or even Amazon would suggest you to do. I can understand, I guess, as far as what you've gone through, I guess, as far as with it, doing what it did to your other account. But as long as you don't have any of that tied to this account, and that goes for anybody. If your Twitch account isn't tied to your Amazon, for example, to have like a debit card or bank account or something like that to it, that's all the more reason they do necessarily want you to have 2FA. So as long as you don't have any of that, then it should be fine. Okay, so where were we at? I was explaining this as far as what we got going on here. So what we're looking at is a chunk of a map that we're creating for Farming Simulator 22, and the map is the Dairyland 4X. 4 times the size of a standard map. I should say 2 times the size of a regular map. 4X is what they consider those to be. And with these chunks of the map, which is the yellow, the gray bits are what would be the waterways. So be it the lakes and creeks and river and so on and so forth. So we're looking at, this is the north of the map. And you know, we got the lakes or whatever that are on the outskirts, gets as far as of the creek that runs through the center of the map, and then also at the north. What we're trying to create here is a trigger to be able to draw water from those waterways. So this is my first attempt, I guess, as far as with creating this for the 4X map, and it's got a little bit of issues, and I think part of the issues is I need to break it down into smaller bits, because right now I think the bits are a little too big. So like this is one bit, this is a whole nother bit, and then I've got one other bit, smaller bit that's over here. So the smaller bit, in fact, let me see if I can highlight that. Let's go to my items list. That should be this guy. So this one seems to work fine without any problem. And the rest of the other two seem to, I think it's because it's too big. So what happens is, let me highlight the see where this this gizmo is for that. So the fact that it's not really centered or pinpointed, I guess, as far as on the actual piece, it's just too big and abstract. So I'm probably what I'm going to have to do is break it down into smaller pieces so that we can have this more centered on the object itself, that would be the trigger, and it shouldn't have as much of an issue, because what it's allowing me to do with the way it is right now is I can draw water without actually being on the trigger. And what I feel is happening in the game itself is, because this is off center, it's just allowing to be able to draw water from anywhere. This one in particular too. See how far this gizmo is off from the main piece here? Now, the way it's, just to kind of make sense of this all, because of the shape of this, what 3ds Max tries to do is average, I guess, as far as the center point for this whole object, right? So picture, if you will, if we were to box this entire thing in a perfect square, that's about where the center of it would be. So my thought is, this is just a theory, and just like anything else as far as in theory, we want to be able to test that theory. What I feel what I do is, if I break it down into smaller chunks, this point here on any of these objects will actually become centered on that, and it will make the game more or less recognize it more as that piece instead of like just the whole map. Yeah. You thought you supposed to speak Doom stream? Talking about a stinky dude. What's going on, Evan? Talking about I'm definitely not stinky. You might be for just doing that. Yeah, you might be just for doing that. So, there you go. Yeah, we know how it works in here, I guess, as far as to, it's no problem, I guess, to go ahead and stink the place up in here, but we have the spray, I guess, as far as to kind of cover your tracks a little bit. So, yeah. How we doing this fine Saturday there, Evan the Bandito, with that 9-month subscriber? Got that badge. So I've been working on some things in the background, because we don't have a whole lot of extra emote slots yet, and I stress that word yet, as far as to be able to have more emotes, I guess, as far as for tier 1 subs. I have made some new ones, I guess, as far as for bit badge holders. So like if you've submitted, I guess, as far as a certain amount of bits to the channel, you will have your, I wouldn't say Vario, and it's because it's for anybody, I guess, as far as that would get to that level of bits that have been contributed to the channel. You have a reward, I guess, as far as for submitting that. So minimum is 1,000 bits, has its own special bit badge, I guess, as far as, then it kind of goes up from there. So there are some available, I guess, as far as for that. So if you're feeling a little bit generous, I guess, as far as to submit, it's not an obligation whatsoever. But if you want an extra emote, I guess, as far as to be able to spam anywhere on Twitch, not on just this channel, you can get one through submitting bits. You've been chilling and doing some Furman. Furman, and what I know you mentioned, you DM'd me that, but I didn't know what kind of Furman. So is it the Stardew nature or what? Do feel free to share. So what we're doing here has to do with some Furman in a way, but it's for Farming Simulator 22. And just as I already explained, these are potentially water triggers, I guess, as far as for the waterways on the Dairyland 4X map. So yeah, the yellow bits would be a cross-section of the actual map terrain, which includes, I guess, as far as where those waterways are, and the gray bits are the actual triggers that we're trying to create. So I'm just thinking I'm gonna have to break these down more to get them to work the way I want them to. Oh, so you're doing some 22. You just doing, what map are you on? Curious. Obviously not the Dairyland 4X, but I know there are some that are. This is the only thing that keeps me ambitious and motivated, I guess, as far as to complete it, because I know there are some end users out there, I guess, as far as in the Farming Simulator 22 world, I guess, as far as that would like to see the completion of this Dairyland 4X map. It's just little things like this that tend to slow the process down a little bit, as far as to get them things working like we want them to. So yeah. Oh, one of the base one. So you're not sure which one? There's Elm Creek. There should actually be 3 maps at your disposal. There's the Alpine map, which is, oh shoot, I forgot the name of it now. Not Felsbrunn. Anyway, there should be 3 maps. So there's Elm Creek. Someone help me on this. So there's the Alpine map. That was from the Alpine expansion. I forget what they call that one. And I can't pronounce the French one. I always call it Hot Baileron. Oh, so it is on Elm Creek? Nice. That's a very, it's a cool map. It's a very, very well designed. I've got my own edit of Elm Creek, actually, just to kind of learn some things about the dynamics of how things work. And I've been able to apply that to the Dairyland 4X map. One of which is being water triggers. So I've seen the way Giants has done water triggers, I guess, as far as, and those like Evan, you know, you're playing on Elm Creek. When you go to a waterway, you know, as far as some of the rivers that are in ponds that are in there, you're not able to draw water from those. See, so the approach that I take to it is like that should be considered a free water source, right? So this is what I've come to understand, and I know it's been, we had it working the same way for the 19 version of the Dairyland map. The way we went about it was a little bit different than what we're doing now. So we're kind of in taking what we know from then and applying new techniques, I guess, as far as to now, and understanding, I guess, as far as we can do it a little bit better and a more optimized even, yeah. Hot Baylor on Erlengrad. That's the one I couldn't think of. Thank you, Orion. Welcome on in, by the way. I couldn't think of the gosh darn Alpine map. I just couldn't remember if it was the Alpine expansion. So Erlengrad. Yes. Yeah, so the French map, which is, yeah, Hot Baileron. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but that's the French map. It's kind of like a French base to it, yeah. But Evan the Bandito has mentioned as far as he's currently on Elm Creek, so yeah. Hope we're doing well there, Orion, as well as everybody else that's joining in there. Appreciate you coming on in and watch me struggle possibly a little bit with figuring out these water triggers, I guess, as far as for free water sources on our Dairyland 4X map. So, what I need to do, I'm going to hide this bit, which is our cross section for our map. And in fact, I'm just going to the items list here and take some of these items out. Some of these are just like templates to get me oriented, I guess, as far as how the trigger needed to be made. So yeah, you've wasted a few hours building my new farm. Nice. What map are we on there currently there, Ryan? If care to share. Let's see, select all. I'm going to take and hide. So the only thing I want to leave in the scene are these 3 right here. Let's do that and we'll hide the rest. There we go. So now we're just narrowed down to just these pieces. So yeah, we need to make these, break these down, and I'm not sure how much I'll need to break them down. Key is, like I've already mentioned, is to get this gizmo, as far as the center point of that, more situated over the actual trigger piece itself and not hanging out here flapping in the wind. That's I think that's the problem, that the way the triggers are working in the game tend to be a little wonky. So yeah. Oh, American Farmland. You know, I saw that released on the official mod hub, and I was like, that looks pretty interesting. It looks very plain, and like you said, yeah, I would definitely consider it to be a sandbox map. Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't have any missions, so no contracts. Just build your own. That's pretty interesting. Now, this with that being said, that's a nice plan, you know, because as far as to have a map just to be able to play with. I mean, you can throw it in your mods folder and pretty much just build the way you want, right? The way I'm designing this 4X map for Dairyland is much the same idea, only we're utilizing the original standard map, you know, all the elements that are in there to add in the new elements that are available in Farm Sim 22, right? So we'll be getting into the game a little bit later, I guess, as far as to test this water trigger out to kind of show. So a lot of the 4X area, which will be the outskirts of the map, will be much the same as like American Farmland, where you'll be able to do just whatever you want, right? So relatively flat, maybe a few lumps and bumps and trees that you might have to remove, I guess, as far as to be able to utilize it. But for the most part, the heart of the map, you know, as far as the original standard map, will still be intact. But even in there, you'll be able to manipulate what buildings and stuff, what farms, because there's 11 farms that you can use this as they are, like a new farm or whichever mode you decide to use, or remove those items off of that area, be able to utilize the farm, the field that comes with it, and then you can put your own buildings. So a lot of versatility in the map. I didn't want to make it so plain like American Farmlands. Nothing wrong with American Farmlands. I'm not trying to diss on that or anything. I just feel there should be something in there, I guess, as far as to work with right off the bat. You know, so just to kind of get yourself started, especially if you want to do like a role play with it, as far as to be like, you know what, I'm going to start off here. There is a starting point on New Farmer for Dairyland 4X, just like there was for 19. If you want to sell that and move somewhere else, like on the outskirts of the 4X area of the map, that's completely bare, and be able to do your own thing, you'll be able to do that. So it's kind of a hybrid, I guess, as far as the two types of things, yeah. So I've taken a lot of the same ideas. You know, the fact that Farm Sim 22 has this whole new thing with the build mode, I guess, as far as in there, like, you know, from a map maker standpoint, you want to be able to utilize that as much as possible. So yeah, when I saw that American Farmlands map come out there, I was like, whoa. I mean, this is down a lot of people's alley, I guess, as far as just to be able to do what you want. So I haven't downloaded it, but I checked out some of the specs of it. It's like, it sounds pretty interesting. It's almost kind of pretty much the same idea that I've had with this Dairyland 4X map. It's just it's much bigger than a standard map, obviously, being a 4X. So yeah. You think you played on No Man's Land since start of F22? Always hated the hill. Yeah, that one's. See, you have to consider. So for maps like No Man's, you know, just consider the name of it, right? It's meant to be not very farmable, right? So it's kind of more like a hardcore type of farming thing. But yeah, so there's pros and cons, I guess, as far as the design. I like the as far as what Alien Jim has done with No Man's Land. We did a community serve play, I guess, as far as on the L House over at Deuce Mess's channel, and there's plenty of area to use. I like the whole concept of you've got things in the way, like trees and stuff like that, and you got stones to pull out, I guess, as far as to be able to use it as farmland. Plus all the built-in stuff, I guess, as far as being able to build it that way. It's its whole new animal, but you have to consider the name and the whole inspiration and concept of that map to really appreciate it, right? Yeah, so on the base level, for somebody wanting to go in there, so comparing that to this American Farmlands map, it's kind of apples and oranges, right? For someone just wanting to get into it and be able to build their own farm on an American style type of thing, that would be the latest one, but with American Farmlands, would be the thing to do. If you want it to be a more hardcore, you know, you got to work for it type of thing. You know, as far as the land, you might have to do a little bit of terraforming to get it smoothed out and all that stuff, and then there's no man's land. So you got both extremes, really. They both have their own unique concept, I guess, as far as behind that, yeah. The whole outer part of no man's land, most plots, you can't be right. And I think that was part of the concept of it, that Alien Gym applied to it. It was meant to be that way. Now, on the flip side, I think, again, it goes down to, from us as map makers, and I'm sure Alien Gym has come to realize this too. We have the ability as map makers to use a bigger map template, right? So in order to utilize it as far as more of the standard area, we can actually build a map on a 4X template, which is like what I'm doing, and utilize more of the 2X area and then some, right? So I think that's probably, at this point, and like I said, Alien Gym's probably realizing this too, in order to utilize, I guess, as far as the hilly areas that would be on the borders of the map and make them more usable, if it was to be rebuilt onto a 4X map, a template, you know, the next size up from a standard map, you would be able to utilize that more, right? And I think that's really what's lacking. So the fact that the very fringes of that border of the map, right, it kind of takes from the end user of the map, it's like, this is dumb. It's like we can't even use that area, you know, or be able to just do anything with it at all. And it's because those hilly areas are going into the map border, and that's the extreme. That's the extent of the. There's still plenty of map left, not even considering those hilly areas in the map boundary. But yeah, I can see the frustration by some that would want to use it. It's just like, you know, it's nothing that Alien Gym as the map creator did wrong. It's just that's the limits of the map, not being able to do anything to the map border. That's about it. But there are ways that we know now, as map builders, to be able to utilize more of that standard map area, which is a 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer, hence the 2X, more efficiently. That's about really what it comes down to. I used to play on the Dairyland map in 19, loved it a lot. I even landscaped a lot there. Yeah, see, and I want to maintain, I guess, as far as a lot of that, I guess, as far as from the 19 map. So again, just to kind of utilize what FS22 has available in it, and still for anybody that did appreciate it, I guess, as far as the build of it for 19, you'll probably like it even more, I guess, as far as in the 4X version. That's the whole idea. I'm like I've said, you know, I might sound like a broken record, but I'm trying to utilize as much of what's available in 22 at this point, on top of being able to retain what was already available in the 19 map, but probably even more so than the 19 map was. I think I've played with Old Man and Steelcrafter. Yeah, Steelcrafter definitely did. I haven't heard from either one of those in a while. Yeah, we haven't heard from either of those in a while. Is there going to be different fruits on this map? The only added fruit, you know, as far as crops go, that's going to be is just the alfalfa. Just the alfalfa. I'm not doing anything crazy with, you know, with some of these other maps. And a lot of it just has to do, the fact that it's already a 4X map is, you know, I'm going to step on my soapbox here a little bit. So just because it's a 4X map, and automatically, most people just automatically assume it's going to have a lot of, you know, multi-fruits and stuff like that. But the problem is, it doesn't matter if it's a standard map or a 4X map. When you add too much texture or model weight, I guess, as far as to the map, you're kind of taking away from the optimization of it, right? So what I'm trying to, the approach that I'm taking with the 4X map for Dairyland is to utilize mostly what's already built into the game, and trying to minimize as far as adding additional textures and model weight in the form of, and I think that's why you don't see a whole lot of multi-fruits, multi-fruited mappings as far as that are on the official mod hub. You might see them, you definitely see them, I guess, as far as outside of the mod hub, like on Nexus or stuff like that. But the thing of it is, just much the same as it was with even in FS19 or previous renditions of Farm Sim, when you add extra fruits and stuff like that, you're adding more weight, you know, as far as how things load and how smooth it runs or whatever, either in single player or even a multiplayer setting. So I tend to try to steer away from that as much as possible. So with all that being said, I guess as far as to just put it simply without going into a long range rant, I guess about adding too much to a map, I've kept it simple, I guess, as far as just to add alfalfa. It does have custom bales, which already adds its own model and texture weight for those, because they are custom bales. They're very unique to the look of the standard bales and such. That includes your dry alfalfa, you know, the straight up cut alfalfa, square, round, all that stuff. You can use all the default balers, round and square, as well as the bale trailers. I've been testing, I guess, as far as with the use of auto load trailers for those that do like that, just to ensure, I guess, as far as those are going to function with those types of trailers well enough. And so far they do seem to do that. Hopefully it remains that way. So hopefully that does answer your question. I know that might have been a long-winded answer, but... So without further ado, I know I'm flapping my gums a lot, but you know, it's may end up taking a little bit longer than I was expecting, because we're already into the 11th of March, and I was hoping, honestly, by this point that I would have something more tangible to be able to get out to the public by spring, which was, you know, basically by next week. I'm not confident at this point that's going to happen. And the fact that I'm flapping my gums from not getting things done here as we do this, as I say all these things, it's just delaying that even further. But it's things like this, as far as to have the free water sources in the waterways of the map, is what's kind of slowing it down a little bit. If everything goes smooth on stream here, to be able to get these triggers to work like we want them to, that's going to be one more check mark, I guess, as far as on the done list. So yeah. It's cool seeing how maps are made. Well, I'm glad somebody, like I said, I know for most, they just want to see the end product. You know, they just want to be able to be like, you know, quit your yammer and just give me the map, you know. And it's understandable. I get that. But I'm hoping by doing these streams here, it kind of gives some clarity, I guess, as far as to people that, you know, it takes some time. It's not just like you can just click, bam, bam, and done. There's a little bit of modeling and stuff that needs to go into it. So that's what we're going to do right now. So if there is any more questions, I guess, as far as in the process here, I have no problem, I guess, as far as doing that. So definitely always don't feel discouraged, I guess, as far as by that. Yeah. If you have a question to ask, feel free to ask, and I'll try to answer it as best as possible. All right, so I think with the way I've got this broke down so far, I've got a bridge that goes through this one. That's why I got that broke up already. This will be its own piece, I think. I think I'll do that. I'm just trying to determine how well I want to chunk this out. So as I've been flapping my gums here, I've been kind of determining how I want to chunk this up here. So I think where I can chunk this out, I can put, so this is going to have a bend, this is more straight, so I can probably use this as one piece right from here to here, make this another piece. And part of the reason I'm thinking the way I am is, and we'll be able to test this, I guess, as far as see how it works out, but the straighter I can make the pieces, the more this transform, I guess, as far as for the main gizmo, is going to be more onto that part of the trigger itself, and then it's not going to get all wonky, I guess, as far as when we go to test this in the game. So basically, how the game, I want to say configures. What's the word I'm looking for? As far as how it reads, I guess, as far as the object itself, where it's at, we want this gizmo, I guess, as far as for the translate for it to be more, not really centered on it, but to be on top of it, at least anyway, so that the game doesn't get confused. It's like, well, it's going to read this as 0 for the object, and I think that's why when I go into the game, just for clarity, what's happening in this area here, because it's sensing right here is 0, I can actually fill way outside the trigger, which is, you know, I don't have to be on the trigger for it to want to fill a trailer, a water trailer. And it's just my understanding as far as the way the game is comprehending where this trigger's at is because this is not centered on there. All the more reason why I need to break it down so that it puts this over top of the actual trigger, and we'll have the game read, I guess, as far as how, you know, where you got to be in order to interact with it. I know it sounds kind of very not layman's terms, but yeah, that's kind of, put it as simply as possible. Okay, so what we're going to do, with all that being said, I'm going to break this one down. You might have to do this a couple different times just to kind of get the best result. So let me break this one down like right here. And I'm kind of using how this one is. This one's nice and straight, which should by itself or whatever, in fact I can use that as an example, it should put this deal right over top of that. So let me detach this part. Right now this is all one piece. Let's go into polygon. Let's highlight all of this. Okay. Like so. And then we want to detach that. For right now, we'll just do it as object 1. That'll be fine. I may end up renaming it. For now, we'll just leave this that. Now, if we select the pivot and center over that, see how it's not on top of that? This is what we want. So that'll read that node, I guess, as far as for that trigger, on top of that trigger. Right? So the game will comprehend this as being, okay, the trigger's right here. So no matter where we go on that object, it's going to read it on that, on those axes as far as the X, Y, and Z. So this is kind of what we want to go for. So this is going to be 1 right there. So we're going to leave that one like it is and use that as a guide on how we want to do these pieces. So as long as we can get that gizmo more on top of the actual object for the trigger, then I think we should be in good shape. And it's still gonna not be so the way we had the triggers before in the 19 map, there were a zillion little small cubes, I guess, as far as to put it simply. It was like putting cubes in a glass of water, you know, as far as like ice cubes, and there were just zillions of them. So the approach that I'm taking to this is kind of compact them down, I guess, as far as into bigger pieces, but in such a fashion. So the way I did it, obviously, like I've already shown, was too big. It's because it was putting the gizmo for the translate of it too far off the actual object, as far as the game is concerned. So we're just trying to help the game at this point understand where that trigger actually is. Okay, so the next piece we'll do is over here. So let's highlight this part, and we'll break it down. Let's say, let's see here. So what I'll probably have to do with this one, I'll have to do some cleanup on that. Actually, no, that should be fine. That's where the bridge is at, so that'll work. But for this one, what I'll have to do is break it down and put some end panels. We don't want to leave that open, I guess, as far as on the end to just be hollow. We want to close that trigger in there, so no matter where you go on that trigger, it'll let you fill. It'll make sense once I break this one down. So let's go right about here. Alright, let me set up a vert snap. So we should have, let's go to vertex actually. I'm gonna break, oh, okay, I see that's, I was trying to get rid of the bend there. I think I should be able to just do it right there. Let's do a cut from here to here. Okay. Whoop, get out of the cut. There we go. Oh, highlight the, no, don't do that. Get out of the cut. All right, let's turn that off for a second. So just wanted to highlight the vert. All right, so now we're cut all the way through. Oh, we gotta get the bottom. All right, let's do it on the bottom. So we'll do cut. Let's turn on our vert snap. Okay, so now we got that cut. Now what we should be able to do, oh shoot, did I cut the wrong one? I did. That's fine. I needed to put it right here. Whoops. All right, so we got to make sure we're got to cut all the way around there, so we got a nice clean cut. So let's do cut. So the fact that I put a cut there, that's fine. It's not gonna hurt anything. Oh, why didn't it cut? Why you no cut? There we go. Okay. So the fact that I put the vert snaps on there was ensuring that I was going from one of these blue dots to the other blue dot. I kind of hate it. Can't find a single grain truck mod that matches my buildings. Oh. So grain truck. Are you talking like a dumper? Not necessarily a trailer, but like a dumper. I think I've seen some on the official mod hub that have color change. I know the TLX, the 82 Studio. Not that I'm trying to. So kind of like shameless plug, I guess, as far as for some mods out there, like by 82 Studio. The TLX, like the Phoenix, and the tipper trailer. I don't know if that's two separate mods or not. I can't remember. I know I've used those, I guess, as far as for being able to at least color. You know, you can apply not default colors. Well, default colors as well as just be able to color the truck or trailer, if that's what you mean. You're using the red barn pack that just been released yesterday. Oh, red barn pack. I haven't checked as of recent, I guess, as far as what's out there. So I have to plead ignorance, I guess, as far as on that. So if you got red barns. That's the only suggestion I can make, I guess, as far as a trailer or truck that will handle grain and as well as other things. Is the TLX deal, I guess, as far as my 82 Studio. That's a solid mod. Okay, so we got all the cuts on there. So now what we want to do, turn that off. It's the best USA style truck out there, at least in my opinion. Right, and I mean, it's, yeah. If you feel it is, then that's probably all that matters. I've built my own myself for the Dairyland, and they're much the same style ones. With the, you know, they had to be compliant, made compliant, I guess, as far as with FS22, but a lot of the same barns that were available in 19, and then some. I know I'm coming to understand that there's others, just like what you mentioned there, Ryan, I guess, as far as that are on the mod hub. All the more reason, I guess, as far as I'm leaving that, you know, areas of the 4X Dairyland 4X map, I guess, as far as to, you know, to be able to utilize those. There are going to be built-in sheds that I've done, I guess, as far as that you'll be able to, you know, build with that. So you'll be able to mix those up with the ones that you find on the official mod hub, as well as the ones that are built into the map, and I think that'll give you a nice variety. I feel that'll give you a nice variety. But one thing I haven't been able to figure out with buildings, as far as being able to color change those, I haven't figured that out. That's a new, that's a whole new tech, I guess, as far as that I haven't completely. So I've taken a look at some of these colorable buildings, I guess, as far as that are on there, and I'm not 100% sure how they're doing that. It's one thing I've been able to figure some things out with the custom parallax, you know, as far as to have the lumpy bumps, you know, the rustic look, I guess, as far as to the buildings. That's one thing, but then you got the colorability of that. It's like, whoa, I don't know anything about that, unfortunately. All right, so we got this here. So what I need to do is detach all these polys up to that cut. Let's do that. So much the way we did the other one. Yeah, okay, cool. I think this should work out the way I was hoping. So right up to that cut. We didn't really cut it, we just put edges in there so we can actually create, it's kind of like a pre-cut. It's kind of like marking your line before you cut it. You know how they say measure twice, cut once? That's kind of the approach I'm taking here. Let's see, I usually, for example, is using the big multi-fruit silos. This pack even have a silo in it. But I was creative and it does look real. Just trying to match the equipment with the style of the farm. Yeah, I totally get what you mean there, Ryan. So So the big multi-fruit silos, this pack even has, so that pack even has a silo in it. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't, so what's going to be built into the Dairyland map? Again, because coming to understanding as far as there's a lot of packs out there like that one, I haven't taken the initiative, I guess, as far as to, so there's a particular feel that I want the original map to have, for example. So I've applied the buildings, you know, the way I've done them. You know, but totally staying, you know, having an open mind that there are those packs available like on the official mod hub. And I think they kind of complement, I guess, as far as what is already built in the map for here. And when I say built in, I say they will be removable based on the build mode. And for the most part, it's going to be the already set up farms, you know, as far as with the house, with the sleep trigger. I mind that too. So it's going to be the approach. The other approach that I'm taking with the Dairyland 4X map is to be multiplayer friendly. So it'll have the separate sleep triggers onto the houses when you buy them. So no matter what farm you pick, you're going to have a sleep trigger as far as to be able to sleep. Just keeping in mind, you know, there's the whole thing with you can only have one sleep trigger going at a time when you're in single player. So it's not like you'll be able to have two separate farms with a sleep trigger, for example. You're only going to be able to have one sleep trigger. So that's just a limitation of the game engine itself. Usually in a multiplayer setting, if you haven't never been on a multiplayer setting, what happens is if more than one farm has a sleep trigger, if somebody tries to sleep, everybody has to accept that somebody else wants to sleep. So without the acceptance, I guess, as far as by everybody else on the server, it can, you know, can be denied to where, okay, the time is not going to, extend, you know, or go to the next day or whatever. So that's a little bit different dynamic, but that's kind of the idea that I'm keeping in mind with the design of the Dairyland 4X map. No matter if you're playing in single player or in multiplayer, obviously you'll have a better advantage being able to buy separate farms with a sleep trigger. Just keeping in mind you can only use one at a time, no matter what. So why 11 farms when game is limited to 8 people? See, that's the thing. It's a good thing that you mentioned that, Orion. So the fact that there's 8 limit farm, you know, so there's a limit to 8 farms that you can have on any multiplayer, right? I've got 11 farms just to give, again, it's all about the versatility, right? So the 11 farms does work. It's been tested. The thing of it is you can only have 8 of those active at a time. So if you want to, you know, to stay in that, so that, again, it comes down to limitation of the game. You can have any one of those 11, 8 of those 11 at a time going, no matter in a multiplayer or single player setting, right? It would just come down to where you would have to buy a farmland later on, you know, sell the other one. If you wanted to combine those, you'd have to completely sell off, I guess, as far as one of the sleep triggers on the other farm, completely level it out, buy the other farm that was outside of the 8, right? And then you can do whatever you want then. See, that's the flexibility and the versatility that I put into it, I guess, as far as if you know you're going to go above the 8, you can buy the other plot, sell everything off, do what you want with that, and that way you still have the ability to take advantage of the original 11 farm plots. So, yeah, all of this has kind of been tested. This is what's kind of very extensive testing has been done, I guess, as far as to make sure that that's going to work. Right. Yeah. So that's what has been, you know, hopefully that explains, I guess, as far as what's going on there. Understanding that there is 8, that's why I did 11. So I didn't want to just make the 8. So every one of the 11 farms is very unique. That's probably another thing to mention, just to elaborate. It's very unique in its own right. They're not the same layout. It's not like a cookie cutter. So if you really want to take so just be able to go check them out, be like, yeah, this is the layout I like to start off with. You know, you have a choice. It's all about the versatility, variety, and all that stuff that's being put into the map. And we'll be getting into the map, I guess, as far as once we get this, we'll have to test this trigger out, and I'll be able to show some of that, I guess, as far as. Okay, so we got these all highlighted, right? And we want to detach that. Boom. Leave it as object 2 for now. Okay. Now, the only thing difference with this one is it's going to be hollow in here. So what I'll have to do, I might be able to get away with. I'm gonna think of how I want to do this. I might have to pull this end back a little bit. So we'll go ahead and center this and see how we turned out. See, make sure Gizmo is going to be over the top of that object, which should be. So let's do effect pivot, center that. Okay, that looks good. That's good. Now, what I'll do is actually close this end off. Let's go into this. We'll go to vertex. Most people like to build their own farms, but I see what you're saying. Right. You know, and I totally understand that. The fact that Farmsim 22 made that ability, you know, because obviously, like you said, you know, I'm using yourself as an example. Plenty of people like to build their own farm, right? So you have that going into the yeah. So just like American farmlands, you have the ability. My whole thought is I don't want to take away, I guess, as far as from something or some people. There's still a slight few people, and I'm kind of one of them. I want something to start off with, right? Give me a plot that I can at least, you know, get myself going. I don't want to have to take loans out right away. You know, give me a piece of land with, you know, a property layout to start off with, and then down the road I can build my monies up. You know, do contracts or whatever I need to do, sell that off, and I can move somewhere else. As far as based on another farmland that has another setup, which I can sell off, right? And gain access, I guess, as far as to put wherever I want. Not just to have a blank piece of land, I guess, as far as to do that. I like to have something to start off with, in comparison, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Other than just a blank canvas, I guess, as far as. But this map, you know, like I said, the way it is going to be designed, it'll have both. So, like, you don't have to consider any of the 11 farms, I guess, as far as that are laid out there to include the one you start off with, a new farmer. You can just bypass all that and just go to the outskirts of the map, and it's going to be relatively flat for the most part. You'll have some stuff to clear out, I guess, as far as before you can actually use it after you buy it, but it won't have anything on it. You know, you'll be able to use whatever. So like those packs that are on the mod hub or what's built in the map, you'll be able to use any of that. You remember from 15 there were fields on some maps that have trees in it. You have to work right. And that's kind of the approach I would take, that I am taking, as far as with this Dairyland 4X. So it's not going to be like you can just buy it and just go to town. You'll have to work the land, I guess, as far as to prep it to be able to even put stuff down. So it's probably fair to mention too, like the underdeveloped areas on the outskirts of the map, they won't have any fields, right? I don't have any defined fields on those, so again, it kind of leaves it more open-ended to do whatever you want. Whereas the heart of the map, you know, the center of the map, which is the original standard map from 19, has those fields that are already established. That you can still expand on those if you wanted to as well by buying the adjacent farmlands, but you know, so it's going to have a little bit for everybody, I feel. It's perfect. I hope they have trees in it though. Yeah, it has some trees. So I have some select areas that have like forested areas. You know, some of the outskirts, you know, the bigger farm areas that are on the 4X area. This is going to be very spread out trees. It's not going to be like completely covered, right? You don't want to have to spend hours on top of hours, I guess, as far as just doing that. But there are plots on there that, you know, are just that. You know, you have some plots that are, you'll have to spend a lot of time with cutting trees down. Others are just, you know, like just a few. You know, and that's going to be part of, you know, what choice you make, I guess, as far as what parcel of land do you purchase, I guess, as far as how much time you want to spend to prep it. So yeah. Okay, what I need to do with this is I need to grab all these verts on this end, like so, and I need to pull this back a little bit. There we go. And let's see. I'm hoping this will work. I might pull this back a little bit more. I'll end up bringing it back. What I want to do is just put an end cap on this. I don't want to leave this hollow, because this will create a void, I guess, as far as to not be able to the trigger to work as far as if you come in this area. So let's take care of that. We're gonna go by edge, pull that down, and then we'll snap that shut. That's one thing I have come to understand, that you don't want to have a trigger that... Now, you can do a trigger, I guess, as far as for this time, that has just one side. It's like a plane, like either vertical or horizontal, whatever. But if you're going to go like a completely boxed one, you don't want to have any ends that are open. Just kind of hollow. You don't want to do that. The game does not like that whatsoever. That's one thing I can say for sure. Alright, let's snap these verts down. So there are some things that I do know that work and other things that don't. A lot of it's just in theory and trial and error. So that's kind of where we're at. Dang, we're already over an hour. So yeah, fair mention, I guess, as far as that there is, since we did hit the follow goal on the channel, rolling in from, you know, going back from between February and this month, we did hit the follow goal, I guess, as far as on that. So there is the potential there, I guess, as far as for game giveaway. Just looking to see if there's enough participants, I guess, as far as to be able to do that. So I'd like to have, you know, a few, I guess, as far as in here that would be eligible, I guess, as far as to do that. That's my way of showing them appreciation, I guess, as far as for support of the channel. I like to do the game giveaways, I guess, as far as for showing my appreciation. So if you want to get a game, tell all your friends, I guess, as far as to come on over. I got a games list. So it's going to be it would be a Steam game code. That's probably another fair mention. And it's you can choose whichever one you want. You can do whatever you want. So even if you don't want it for yourself, if you know somebody else might want one of the games that are in the list, you can win a game for them. So if they're unable to attend, and you just want to be able to win a game for somebody else that's a good friend of yours, you can do that. So just a fair mention. Whoa, gosh darn. Let's go back into this. So now what I need to do is I need to weld those verts. Make sure we got it nice and closed up. So let's do that. We should have 2 vertices there. Yep, all that. Of course, if there isn't any interest in winning a game by anybody in chat, then we'll just save it for another stream. But eventually I would like to be able to conduct a game giveaway. That's my only way, really, I guess, as far as to show my appreciation for those that do support the channel. To any degree. I wouldn't be able to do the things that I'm doing here, I guess, as far as if it wasn't for the support of viewers. It's the viewers that make the channel go round. Okay, so just make sure these are all over. That's got 3 verts there. Holy crap. What's going on in that? Most of these have 2. These have 3. I wonder why that has 3. Anyway, I want to make sure that's nice and closed up. So we've already determined our gizmo, I guess, as far as on this one here is in good. That's in a good spot. That should be good. So that'll be its own trigger. So now what I want to do is just kind of close this up a little bit. Close it back up now that we got it buttoned up on the end. Scoot that out like that. There. That should be good enough. So that'll be one trigger right there. Now, next one. So I'm feeling we could potentially make this as one. Let's affect the pivot and see where this lands. If it lands like right on top of that, then we should be good. Should be good. Let's try it out and see. So if we do pivot and center. Ooh, yep, see, it's still a little bit off. And by off, see, it's not putting it right on top of it, so we might have to break it down a couple more. Yep. Alright, so question is, where do we break it? I think if I broke it, yeah, the fact that there's a bend here and it puts this way down here, This should be fine to do it as one piece right up to that, but I think I might even have to break it here, here, and also, yeah, so this will be its own piece from here to here. That's what I'm thinking is probably going to happen. So we'll have a piece from here to here. We'll have from here to here, and then this piece here. So we got 3 more pieces. 3 more pieces here, essentially. Okay, we're going to try it that way. This is definitely not going to work just like that, so... let's see. So we got from here. So what I envision here, just the full transparency, full disclosure as far as like how this works here. What I basically look at is where's the outer extremes, I guess, as far as of this shape. So I'm just going like from this line all the way down, and I kind of draw a box around that, right? So I think if I were to split it like right here, that might be good enough to make one shape right there. And then I'll be able to make another shape from here to here, and then another shape from here to there. That, in theory, at least anyway, should be good. So what I'm gonna do, we already got it broke here. We just need to break it like right here, so somewhere in that range. So probably, let's see what we got here. Right about here. Yep. See where this line is right there? We'll probably cut it right there. Let's see what kind of result that gives us. So turn that, center that. Okay, that's already centered. Cool. Yeah, this is where we don't want the gizmo. We want it to be more on top of the object. That's the key. So I will try to keep explaining that and sounding like a broken record. So oh yeah, the areas that we were talking about, I guess, as far as on Dairyland map, will have some trees in it. Some will have more than others. But I haven't taken the approach, I guess, as far as to just fill it, the whole parcel of land, I guess, as far as the trees, because no, regardless if you like to do forestry at all, I think having too many trees can sometimes be a little bit monotonous. But I think having some work to do to prep the land before you can start building on it, I guess that's that's a fair thing. Okay, so we need vert snap, put a cut, and let's make a cut right there. Yeah, so for anybody that's kind of interested in how these certain types of triggers that you interact with, on the map, this being a water trigger, this will be a free water source trigger, I guess, as far as for the waterways that are on the map. If you ever tended to kind of wonder how that's done, then you're in the right place. If you want a better appreciation, at least anyway, for how that process is done, this is the place you want to be. All right, so cut that. Did I get the right spot? Yep. All right, so that's cut all the way through. Now that's just marking our line where we want to potentially cut it. And we're not really cutting it per se. We're just kind of detaching it, pull it back, put an end cap on it, and all that, just like we did on this part over here. Okay, so now that we got that, now we need to detach. Pull this back. Let's go into poly mode. We'll highlight it all the way up to that. Yep. Yep. That should work. We get all those polys highlighted for what we want to detach. Oop, missed one right there. Something like that. Cool. Now we'll detach that. And let's do this object 3, it'll be fine. I may or may not still end up renaming those. For now, that's just keeping it a generic name should be fine. Alright, so let's see where it puts our translate for that. So we'll affect the pivot, center it. Ooh, that's close. That's not terrible. I kind of expected it not to be right on top of it because we got all this curviness to it. That may not be too bad though. At least it's not like way off from the actual object. I think that'll work. I think that may work. That doesn't look bad. The fact that it's not way off, I guess, as far as from the actual object, that's pretty cool. But again, you almost have to kind of envision having this completely boxed in. So if we were to box this in and go by the extreme points, I guess as far as, you know, the outer extents of this whole object that we just detached, this would be the center point of it. So yeah, draw an imaginary box around this. In fact, even better, let's do this. I got a better way to kind of show that off. Instead of an imaginary box at this point, let's hide this one, hide this one. We'll come back to these in a second. Isolate this. Now if we go into resetting the X form, which I'm going to have to do anyway, this is the box that I'm talking about. So what this, when we center the pivot on this, or what it's essentially doing is it's finding the center of this, the extremes of this entire model. So see where that orange line ends on the extreme extents of this model, right? So when you, this is what's considered an X form in this case. And the X form is this orange box. So it puts an imaginary boundary around it. It doesn't create a collision. All it does is just defines, I guess, as far as where those outer extremes for the entire model, for the entire piece here, is at, and it centers that. So that's exactly what we have there. So it put that center in the middle of that X form. So we can collapse that, and now that we've confirmed it, that's good. Okay, so that's been good. I need to do that with that other piece there too. So let me unhide object 1. Oh, it was object 2, my bad. So this one, and we'll do the same thing that we just did with that one. So we'll go reset the X form, and we should be able to see the same thing, see? So what it's doing, because it's on an angle, it's basically just finding where the extremes of that would be and making an imaginary box around that. Again, it's not a collision, it's just putting it inside of a container, like a box, imaginary box, to say, like, where's that center? So when we look at the actual orange lines here, we can see the center of that is right there. So it's equal pretty much all the way around. So from this way to this way, and from this way to this way is equal, symmetric. Okay, so that's good to go. Go ahead and collapse that one down. Sweet, and we'll have to do that with each of these pieces that we break down. Yep. Okay. Now we can bring back that other piece, to which we still need to chunk down. So that's going to be this one. And continue what we were doing. So I'm going to pretty much determine that this is not going to be, so I'll probably have to cut it like right here somewhere. Make this a separate piece and this a separate piece. So I'll have 2 more pieces. And I can affect the pivot on this one here. If it's going to be too far off the actual object, which I feel it's going to be, that's going to determine, that's going to justify and confirm that's what we're going to have to do. So let's do effect, center that. Okay, why is it centering it there? Hold on a second. Yeah, that's definitely not going to work. All right. Hang on, is that selecting something else? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Why is it putting it there? I was assuming it was going to put it somewhere over here. That's not putting it where I was thinking it was going to. Alright, hold on a second. Maybe because... Did I not... Hold on. I'm going to miss a step here. Let's do this. I think I know why it's doing that. So let's pull this back. I think why it's doing is because I don't have the end caps on here. Let's try this again real quick. Might have to do the redo the X form on this one. Alright, hold on. So what we didn't do is put an end cap on this one. I might have got a little bit ahead of myself. That's okay. We're gonna fix it. Okay. Alright, so we need to go to edge. Oh, we're in the wrong piece. We gotta go on this piece. Right there. Pull that down. Go to vert snap. Snap that one there. Snap that one there. Okay, cool. Now we need to weld all those. You know what? While I'm in, hold on. Before I do that, let's go into this one. Let's do both of our end caps first, and then we'll weld the edges next. Put an edge. Turn that off. That down. We're gonna see if this doesn't fix our issue. So we're putting that pivot. Okay. Now we can weld our verts. Just kind of button it up. So what I'm doing here is just ensuring, because there's more than one vert that's there because of creating that new poly on the end. So we just want to weld it all down so it makes it one vertex. So when we select that now, it's going to move it as one piece. So especially once I bring this all back, it's going to make it up nice and flush again. So we'll do the same thing on this one. Whoops, vertex. I know a lot of this doesn't make sense to majority of people that are coming into this stream, but if nothing else, if it gives you an appreciation for how these items are created, so no matter what it is that you're enjoying, I guess, as far as, you know, those building packs or piece of equipment that's on the official mod hub, somebody had to create that. So if anything, this should give hopefully a little bit of insight of what goes into creating these items, because they're just not like created out of thin air. So, yeah, somebody has taken the time, I guess, as far as to actually create that, I guess, as far as in a 3D modeling program similar to what I'm doing. Alright. Let's see. So now we can take, now that we got those all welded, move this back this way. Okay. Trying to minimize the gap between both of them, just like we did on this one. Okay, now let's redo the X form on this one. Won't change too much, but because I added that end cap and moved it, it's going to change it a little bit, just not that much. Where was I at? I need my hammer. Reset X form. Okay, and then collapse that. Yep. And then just for hell of it, let's do effect pivot. Yeah, see how it moved just a little bit? Want to make sure that that's true to itself, I guess, as far as the object for where that center point is. Okay. Now we'll do the same thing with this piece. So let's effect pivot. I don't know why that's not. I could have figured it was going to put it up here. Is there something else? That's weird that it's putting it right there. Yeah, I would have considered it would at least put it somewhere right here. I don't like where that is for sure. So the fact that it's way off the object when I center that, that's not going to be a decent piece there. So I don't know why it's putting it way here on the end though. I'd have figured it would have put it somewhere like right here. Weird. Alright, so I guess with that, I'm going to break it down 2 more pieces, so split it like right here. I think that might work. Yeah, this is definitely not going to work with that being way out there. Not going to do it. I'm wondering, hold on, maybe if I do reset X form, let's see what this does. Oh, wait a minute. Oh shoot, it's coming way down here, no wonder why. Okay, what is that including in there? So what's including something down here? I shouldn't be doing that. Alright, hold on a second. So I must still have a vert down here. Oh, okay, let's collapse that for a second. That makes a little more sense. So I left... let's see, what is that doing? So object 1 is where? That's the first one we did down here. So that one should be fine. Object 2, I gotta reconfirm this. Whoa, it's down here. Okay, so this piece is fine, so it's on this piece, which is object 3. Alright, let me hide this for a second. Oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? So that panel... that's still a part of... oh, shoot. So I must not have selected the end panels when I detached. That is what happened. Okay. Got it. Alright, hold on. Let's fix that. I see where I boo-booed. So we can fix that. Let's do this. We'll detach that piece. That's fine. Okay, now that should be its own piece. Now, what we'll be able to do is bring back object 3. And then combine object 3 to 4. Like so. Collapse that down. Yeah, so applying that X form, I guess, as far as to this one to determine where the imaginary box was, helped me determine that I left a piece, poly out for this piece. I'll collapse that down. Now if I affect the pivot for that, yep, it's still good. Nice, and then let's also redo the X form. Okay, that's still solid. Alright, now if I redo it on this piece, let's see where that's at now. If I do effect pivot, center, yep, and that's pretty much where I figured I was going to put it. See, the fact that this is not laying on top of the object, this is not going to be a good result. So what we want to do is break that down into 2 more pieces. So we'll be able to center over this piece and then over this piece. It goes on an angle. Alright, so that's a much better. This is the result that I was expecting. Now that we fixed it, we've gotten that result that we were looking for. Still not acceptable, but at least it's more what we expected it to be. Alright, so now let's break it right here. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's go to vertex. Oops, that's edge. So we need to let's do vert snap, cut, go from this vert to this vert. Okay. And we need to get the bottom too. Go right here to here. Okay. Now that we got our cuts in there, and it's just marking our line. I know I say cut, but basically all we're doing is we're going to detach that. Kind of a little bit of a difference between creating a cut, because putting a cut into it, I guess as far as it'd be like if we didn't have any lines in there at all we did was just kind of complete a line there as far as to make a cut. If we didn't have any lines there at all, then we'd be making a cut, I guess. So it's a little bit different, I guess, as far as depending on how you look at it. So we got all these polys, the individual polys in this piece. This would be not necessarily a cut per se, because it doesn't go all the way through. So more of the definition of a cut would be if it goes all the way through to actually cut through the entire piece of the model. If it only does it on one side, it's not particularly a cut. It's just like a detach. Not really sure how else to explain that. Yeah. So this is more of a simple model. It's like if you're cutting completely through the model itself, then that would be a cut. But if you're just taking a chunk out of it, then that's just taking a chunk out of it, I suppose. And there's really no term, I guess, as far as for just taking a part of it off as opposed to doing a full cut. Alright, now what we need to do is detach. I guess I'll go ahead and attach this one here. So let's grab all the polys to that. Like so. That'll work. Go detach that. into object 4 will be good. Now, we got we regained object 4 because we collapsed 3 and 4 into this one here. So obviously object 3 became available again because we collapsed that object 4 that was over here down to 3. So now 4 becomes available again. Alright, so that's in one piece. And this is in one piece. Now, let's check where our pivot lands. Back, center. That's more what we want right there. That's more what we want. So that's good. And see where this one lands. Oh, did we do it again? Shoot. So this one's doing that crap again. Hold on. Yep, same issue that I had before. So I got a piece down over in here. I see what it did. So we need to... Yep. I see it. So what we need to do is grab... I didn't grab this poly again, so it's much the same as I did before. Got to grab this poly. So this is part of this piece now. Okay, so... Yep, detach that. Object 5 will be fine. And then we want to take this one, which is 4, and collapse that down to 5. Cool, so I'm going to make that one piece. Collapse, selected. There we go. Object 4, that'll be fine for now. And let's check our pivot. So we do effect pivot, center, that's good. Let's redo the X form right away. That works. Nice. Collapse that. And then we'll do a convert to editable poly. This other piece here that I collapsed, I need to convert that back to an editable poly as well. Yep, let's do that. Convert to editable poly. We can do much more with an editable poly than we can just a mesh. So that's about the only reason why I do that. Okay. So this should be good to go. We got our end cap on this. Okay. That's all one piece. Now on this one, let's recenter this pivot. Pivot. Center that. There we go. That looks marvelous. It's a little bit off on that. It's not 100% in there, but because we got this angle, I think that'll work better than the way it was. It's not as ideal, I guess, as far as this, but I think it should still be okay. It's putting that main gizmo, I guess, as far as within closer proximity of the object. I think that'll work. So in comparison to this one, that's right on top. Yeah, because we're dealing with angles and things that are a little bit obscure and abstract, they're probably not all going to be perfect. So I think is having them within closer proximity of the actual object is going to make a big difference. Okay, so now what we need to do is put some end caps on these. Let's go back to vertex. How are we doing on stream? Okay, as long as we don't get the video freeze on that, should be okay. I'm always worried about the video freeze. Alright, so same as we've been doing as far as just to put a cap and cap on these. So we're already on this one here. Let's go to edge. Put that edge. Pull that down. First, snap that shut. Oh goodness. Grabbed the wrong one. Okay. Now let's do it on this other end. Let's turn that off. I always get in the habit of turning the vert snap off there because sometimes I always end up snapping something together that I didn't want to. Whoops, gonna go in this piece. Oh, we should go to edge. Pull that down. Vert snap that. Oh, for crying out. No, don't do that. I'm gonna do that too. That snap? Yeah, it did. Okay, cool. Nice. Alright. That off. Now let's weld all these verts together. Vert snaps off. Okay. Weld those. Weld those. Weld that. And weld that. Cool. I'll be able to do it on the same thing. Now I can also do it this way as well, as far as just to grab all these inverts all together and weld them together. Cool. Now if I highlight these independently, it should only be one vertex. Oh, that's still got two there. What the heck? Weld that. Okay. Yep, now we're Gucci. So that's all nice and welded together. So let's bring. Crap. Oh, dang it. Grab these verts and pull it back this way. Whoop, I didn't grab that one. Oh, what's going on there, you asshole? Appreciate you showing some love on there. At least keeps the video hopefully from freezing. How we doing today, asshole? Oh, what the heck is going on? Why does it keep doing this crap? Oh. Why are you doing that? Don't do that. Try that again. Oh, I was holding shift, that's why. That's why. I was thinking I was creating a poly and I didn't want to do that. Just wanted to close it up like so. There we go. So there's our other trigger. And we got two separate pieces with end caps on them now. What are we breaking and me fixing today? We're making triggers. Yeah, so this is something that I already made one piece, I guess, as far as that. So I came to find that we don't want to have too big a piece to make our trigger for our waterways as a free water source trigger. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the approach to break it down. So just for some clarity, so all these little bits that we see here represent, I guess, as far as the waterways that are on the map, to include the lake areas, and we're trying to create that as a free water source. So the attempt that I originally took with making it as just one piece there, that wasn't working very well. And what I've come to find is we want the main transform to where that object is to be more on top of that trigger. So it can't be like flapping out in the wind, because the game, if you have the gizmo, the main translate gizmo, I guess, as far as for that kind of flapping out in the wind, it just considers the whole area you can draw water from, regardless if it has a waterway there or not. So we have to kind of teach the game, I guess, as far as where the trigger actually is at and not somewhere else. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, so you can get free water. So let me bring out the cross section of the map just to kind of add a little bit more clarity. So this piece here represents the cross section of the map where the waterways exist. Right? So if we zoom in on this, we can probably get some more clarity. Not that way, you won't. So if we zoom in on this, you can see, it's got the little. So this is where the waterway is as far as the river, and we're making a trigger that you'll be able to interact with to grab a free water. And like I said, the initial approach that I took was just to make it one big object, which it loads and it works, but almost too well, because it allows you to draw water from wherever you are on the map. So we don't want that. So we have to break our individual trigger. The main, so this whole trigger has to be broke down into smaller parts is all. That's what we're doing. So you can see some of the breaks that I've made so far to kind of centralize that main translate gizmo more on top of the object. So, and this is all in theory, obviously, but it's a theory that's a pretty strong theory, I guess, as far as the way the game is interpreting, I guess, as far as where that trigger's at, is because the translate for it is just floating out in the wind. It's just out. not on top of the object, the actual trigger. So it's the game's just like, okay, you can draw water from anywhere. That's basically the way it's interpreting it, and we don't want it to do that. So it's only going to do what it's told, I suppose. So we're trying to hone in on its what it knows and what it don't know. Okay, so what I just did was create 2 more objects off of this stretch. So we have 2 separate objects. Now let's go ahead and infect the pivot. Center on that, so that's good. And let's double check the X form. So I moved this to kind of close it back up again. We put end caps on that to make sure it's not hollow. We don't want to empty a dead spot, just as far as to be able to draw water. I want to keep them close together, but I don't want them overlapping necessarily so much. Okay, so we want to check out the X form. Yep, so X form, reset, and we'll see where that's at. So now we can see our imaginary box for where our center point is for that. So that orange box represents that imaginary. Now it's not a collision. Make that abundantly clear. It's just basically taking this abstract, obscure shape and creating a simple shape, I guess, as far as around that to find the center point. So this is what. So we're equal from top to bottom and also left to right in this obscure object. That's basically all that X form will do. So that's all good. You have to be able to take, when you have abstract and obscure items like that, you have to be able to put it in simple terms to determine where that translate needs to be. So even with that obscure as that is, that's a pretty reasonable translate location. Yeah. So we had a couple other people, I guess, as far as that were joining in, I guess, as far as to kind of appreciate, I guess, as far as what goes into doing these types of things for. Yeah. So essentially, what we'll have here is independent. So maybe a little bit more clarity too. So in the FS19 version of the Dairyland map, it had, picture if you will, a glass of water, and you put cubes in it to keep it cold. You know, and if you're like I am, as far as to have a lot of cubes to keep your water cold, that's basically what I had with the free water source triggers for the waterways in the 19 version of the map. So it was like a zillion cubes, I guess, as far as all the way around the waterways to create those. So what I've done taking this approach is to condense that down a little bit, so it doesn't add so much model weight to just something as simple as a free water source water trigger. Yeah, so picture, if you will, like this section right here was like just in a lot more pieces. You know, just kind of picture that, if you will, because all these little boxes that included in just this one section here, that's pretty much what I had all throughout the map. And I've already done some testing. So part of the reason why I'm even taking this approach is I've been able to test it and see the difference of how much weight, model weight, and vertex weight and poly weight and so on that it puts to something as simple as a free water source trigger, having all those zillions of triggers along the waterway. Doing it this way so far, even with what I've tested, it dramatically reduces, I guess, as far as how much lag that you'll get coming up to those things. Because keeping in mind, you know, you're going to have triggers on certain buildings for like animated doors and stuff like that. When those fight with each other, you don't really see it, I guess, as far as unless you're opening up the dev console to see where all the triggers are at, you know, and really appreciate, I guess, as far as what's going on there. You only see the lag as far as the drop in frame rates and so on. So this is what I see is making something as simple as a free water source trigger more optimal, so that you don't get as much lag. You're going to get a little hiccups here and there, because the more you add to the map, especially around these water triggers, it's going to add a little bit of more model weight to it, but it's going to be less as much than it was prior to doing it the way I'm doing it right now. Hopefully that all makes sense. You'll definitely be able to notice a difference if you've ever played on the Dairyland 19 map, and regardless of how good a PC that you might have had, you would notice, I guess, as far as those little hiccups going through fields and stuff like that, because your piece of equipment has its own set of triggers on it as you're passing by these waterways, you know, and you'll notice those hiccups, and that was part of the reason why that was, because there's just so much that the game had to render in, because even though you might not be interacting with those triggers, you know, it's getting it ready and rendering it, I guess, as far as for the potential for you to interact with it, right? So by reducing it like I am here, you're still going to notice a little bit of a hiccup, but not quite extreme. Hope that makes sense. So fewer individual triggers, even though you can still use the free water similar to in a manner that lets potential. Right, exactly. That's to put it more in layman's terms as well. That's just to elaborate on what I just mentioned. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so I think we got this portion here, I guess, as far as broke down pretty good. So we checked our X form. You see in our translate. So we got this piece here. That'll be one. This is another one. This is another one. This is another one, and then this is another. And this is all on the north of the map. So this is the main river, I guess, as far as that's the two lakes on the end of that map, end of that waterway. And then this is the creek that runs kind of the cross section to the south end of the map. So we're going to need to break this one down too, in much the same fashion that we did this one. So I think this is broke down enough, I guess, as far as to be good. Now we'll have to, once we export this out, there's a little bit of XML work that we have to do for the game to actually recognize these as triggers. So we'll open up the XML here real quick. So this is what's involved with getting the game to understand. So at the physical, you got the physical level, I guess, as far as creating the actual model for it. This is what'll load those triggers in the game, and then what to do with it, right? So this is all the previous layout that I had there. There's going to be a lot more lines that I'll have to put in here than what I have currently, but so these here, the fact that we've got, let's see how many we got here. Let's go back to this. So we got 1 node, 2 nodes, 3 nodes, 4 nodes, 5 nodes. That's 5 nodes right there. So that's 5 lines that we'll need for each one of those. So we'll have to, we got 4 in here currently. So right off the top, we already have to add another line. I'll just do that right now. Let's do that right meow. So with these lines, this is part of what, so where it's trigger node, all this is telling the game as far as like, okay, you're loading up this i3, so this is all gonna, all these individual objects are gonna, okay, let me slow down a little bit. So all these individual parts are gonna be in one i3D, which is going to be called water-filled triggers i3D. And then all these individual parts that are in this i3D, we're telling the game as far as like, okay, what to do with each one of these nodes. So trigger node 0, for example, will be this one. Trigger node 1, trigger node 2, trigger node 3, so on and so forth. So that's why, as it stands right now, we have 5 in here. This would be 6, which we're going to break this down further. So this is what's going to add more lines, and then this would be its own node over here for that object. So we got to add these lines to tell, and then we can change for each one of these actually how fast you'll be able to fill from that and whether or not it'll auto start. And really, what I've come to find too with testing, this auto start is going to be dependent upon what type of trailer or what type of implement that you're using to draw the water. So if it has the option, I guess, as far as for auto start, having this set to true will allow that. Most of the default trailers, for example, you have to still press the key, I guess, as far as to get it to start filling. But having this set to true, if it has the ability on the implement that you're using, if it's a mod, say for example, once you get into the trigger, it'll automatically start filling without pushing a button. So that's something else that we have. And then the fact that down in the bottom here, the trigger that we're trying to tell it, we want it to be water, and it's going to be free. It's going to cost nothing. We could, if we wanted to make this cost something, we could add that value there. But because we want it to be a free water source, we put that price scale on to 0. So we'll be adding more lines to this script as we move forward. and get this exported out into one i3D. We still need to do some work on this piece here to break it down. Just much the same as we did here, like I already mentioned. So that's what we're going to do next. Now that I've got most of this all broke down, I want to actually rename these. Let's do this. We'll do copy that. I'm actually going to make this one. I got an idea. Let's do this. And I want to rename this guy to, so this will be the first shape. Now, what I name it in here is not going to make any difference. It's not going to make any difference how the XML read it, right? So the only thing the XML, as far as the game is concerned, and the XML is concerned, it's going to read that entire i3D, see that it's got more than one trigger in it, and as long as I list, I guess as far as how many of those triggers that are in this i3D, that's all it cares about. The location of that trigger doesn't matter, just as long as I have those all defined. So if I end up having, say, a dozen of these triggers, separate triggers in this one i3D, I need to have 12 lines, you know, as far as to say that we want it to be water and it's going to be free. So as long as I have it, so as long as I'm in a loss of words, brain fart. So as long as I satisfy the fact that I have the same number of lines as I do triggers within that i3D, that's all the game cares about. And it'll make sense once we test that too. It was a little bit of brain fart. Alright, so this one we rename to 1. This one we'll make it 2. Now this one I already got as 2. Okay, so let's just rename this. We're going to end up breaking this one down too. Yep, so that's going to be the next one we need to break down a little bit more. See how abstract and it's got all the bends and curves in it? This one right here, we should be able to make its own piece. So there's a bridge right here, that's why I got a gap in this. So there's a road that comes through on that, I believe. Yeah, so wherever I got a break, there's a bridge there. So obviously we don't want to be able to draw water from the bridge. That wouldn't make any sense. That would be kind of not right. Oh, you did? Oh, you sure did. He gave you nothing. He gave you a dud. He's definitely mad at. He must be mad. Yeah, I see that. You know what? Who's all hanging out in chat? So we do got a. I'm going to mention this again. So we do have a potential game giveaway, Steam game code giveaway. I guess as far as for hitting the follower goal, while I was offline. So we had 2 more that we needed to get. I guess as far as going into the earlier part of the week, and we did hit that. I guess as far as in between from Wednesday to now, and appreciate all those that have followed. But part of the way I like to show my appreciation, I guess as far as for support of the channel, such a fashion, is to do a Steam game code giveaway. So if there is interest in that, we'll definitely kick that off. Yeah, so there is that. And I think for everybody that's hanging out here, you definitely feel free to chime in if you want to get yourself. You don't have to. So the way the Steam game codes work, you can do whatever you want with it. If you want to choose a game for yourself to go like that, feel free. If you want to win something for somebody else that isn't able to attend, you can do that too. So that's just a full disclosure, I guess, as far as on how the game giveaways go here. It's just, again, my only way, I guess, as far as to really be able to show this the appreciation for those that support the channel. But for those that are hanging out, you are earning those valuable units of fluid while the stream is live. But just to show my appreciation, I guess, as far as for those of you who are just kind of lurking in here, feel free to tell your friends, I guess, as far as that. We do have a game giveaway going on here. Get them all in here. I want to see some more interaction. It'd be nice. I know a lot of what I'm doing here doesn't necessarily interest a lot of people, but there's 200 units of fluids, I guess, as far as for everybody that is hanging out for the time being. Appreciate you being here. You can feel free to use those for whatever you want. Well, I'm hoping we got enough in here, I guess, as far as to do that game go giveaway. I got a pretty cool list of games. If you want to check them out, the games that are potentially available, ! Games in the chat. You all tell me. It's like if you're looking to want to win something, I guess as far as let me know. I like to have at least a few people be able to participate in it though. So. Yeah, and that's kind of that's the way I go about it. If there's not enough, I guess as far as for today, then yeah, I'll save it for another time. Okay. I'm also just making sure that everything's running smooth, because so far everything seems to be going good. But for whatever reason, when I do a lot of this modeling stuff here on the stream, it tends to like to freeze the video playback on the channel. So definitely feel free, I guess, as far as to play the mini chat games, do some slots, ask some questions, and if nothing else, if you're following the channel, we got the cross fingers emote. That's a pretty strong emote. It's been proven, I guess, as far as that it works pretty well, I guess, as far as to make sure that the stream doesn't crap out. So yeah, that's another solid benefit, I guess, as far as for following the channel, is to have access to such emotes as the cross fingers emote. I guess as far as there's a nice selection, I guess, as far as the follower emotes, I guess, as far as feel free to use those. All right, so we're just going to see how much we do. I don't know if this is going to be well enough here if we break it down just at that point. So here's another bridge, so I got that already gapped out. There's a bridge that goes through here, and again, when I initially made this, I didn't have a gap in there, and it's like you could cross over the whole the center part of the map, and you could draw water anywhere. It's like, well, that's not cool. Yeah, there's the cross fingers. Like I said, it's a very powerful emote. All right, so what I'm going to attempt to do here next on this piece is I'm going to detach that and see where our gizmo ends up. So you can see where our gizmo is right now for this piece. It's way out here. It's flapping out in the breeze. And the way the game seems to interpret this being at 0, you know, as far as 0, 0, 0 on all axes, it just interprets it that you can draw water anywhere. So by us breaking this down and putting that gizmo more over the top of the physical trigger, it's going to help the game determine, to be like, okay, that's where the trigger's at, and not just anywhere, just kind of floating, you know, wherever it wants to be. So we're kind of we're making it more precise, I guess, as far as where that trigger's at by breaking it down is all. And this is a very abstract piece, so it was all in theory. It's like if it would have worked just like it is, I would have left it alone. But that's not how the game wants to interpret it. So I'm gonna try and just break this piece down and see what we got. We may or may not have to break it down further. Let's see what we got here, though. So let's grab these polys, like so, and I want to make sure I get that end cap. So I've been missing the end caps, some of these here. So let's make sure we get the end cap. And the way I can ensure that I got that, let's hide this one for a second. Go back to poly. So yeah, what I've been missing, I did that a couple times on these pieces here that we broke down, is I was missing the end cap. So we want to make sure we have that. All right, cool. Now let's detach it. And we'll just leave it as object 5 for now. Oh, I was renaming those pieces too. I forgot about that. I know I'm bouncing around a little bit. Okay, hold on. Let me finish renaming these. So this is going to be 1. I want this to be 2. So let's grab this name. This will just create more clarity in our items list. And like the point I was trying to make there is what we name them in here is not. It's going to be of no mind, I guess, as far as to the game. It doesn't care what these are named. Just the fact that we are referencing it as a node within that overall I3D in the form of XML. So trigger node 0, 1. So the name of it that we make the shape of it doesn't matter. We're just doing it as to create more clarity for what is what within our scene and in our items list right here. We want these to make more sense. So it'll be shape 1, so I need to still make. So I did 2. 3 is going to be that small guy right here. Okay, that one we'll probably end up renaming that because we're going to end up breaking this one down still some more. Whoops, not that one, this one here. Yeah, alright, so I think for the time being we should be okay. Let's just do that. Yeah, that'll work for now. Cool. Alright, so let's continue. So now we got this broken down. Let's move the pivot for that. Okay. That's what I was thinking. So see how it's still kind of floating? It's not close, like on top of the object itself. That might be okay, but because it's kind of abstract, I might break it down. I might split that up just a little bit more. So I'll probably split it somewhere right in here. And then I'll make two separate objects just to get the gizmo, the translate gizmo gets us more on top of that object. All the more reason, you know, just to get the game to understand where that trigger actually is at and not just floating out here like that. I think that's the problem from what I've tested and the way I could see it responding and interpreting it. That's what seems to be happening. If that gizmo's too far off the actual object itself or the trigger, it don't like that. It doesn't know how to interpret that. So we're just helping it out a little bit. Let's see where we want to split this again. So I think if we split it right about there, that'll create a piece from here to here, and then from there over to here. Okay. Let's try it. Yeah, right about here I think would be good. Let's go to vertex. And then we'll go to vert snaps. Let's cut that. Like so. And then here on the bottom. So by putting the, whoa, I didn't actually cut it. What the heck? There we go. Make sure it cuts it. So the fact that I put the vert snaps on there ensures that it's going to go from vert to vert, and it's not going to create a slice of a cut. I don't want like slivers in there. That'd be bad. Man, we made it to 2-hour mark. That's cool. Still solid. Good deal. Okay. So now that we got that marked as far as where we want to detach that, let's go ahead and detach it now. So we'll go into poly mode and we'll select it all the way through here. Again, making sure I got the end cap. Alright, so that will potentially be one piece. We've already got this piece, that worked out good. So detach that. Yep. Then we can do effect pivot. Center that. See, it's still floating out there. I don't know. I still don't know if I like that. It's closer than where it was, but kind of bugs me, I guess, as far as floating out here. Because so, from everything I've tested so far, the fact that the pivot, so the translate gizmo is right there, it would allow you, I guess, as far as to fill before even touching the trigger. That's the only concern that I have with that. I want it to be to where it's only going to sense it, I guess, as far as at the trigger, not away from it. Could split it again. I could do it right at that bend. Might have to do that. I think I'm just going to split it right here at the bend. Let's do that. No try, just do. That's what the great Yoda once said. Alright, so we're going to split it again right there. Let's go to vertex. And vert snap. Cut it right there. Oh, no, don't cut, don't cut. Okay, make sure it doesn't. I want to make a sliver in there. I've done that before in the past. I've gotten carried away, I guess, as far as with how I do cuts. Okay, just make sure I'm out of the cut. There we go. And we'll split it right there. So we'll have, this will be its own piece. And this will be its own piece. Alright. See how that turns out. Invert snaps off. Now we want to detach from here to there. Okay. That'll work. Detach. Leave that as object 7. Alright, now if we affect the pivot on this, that's better. I like that better. That's more better. I like that. Okay, and then we'll check this one. So that will have to do. Yep. That's much more centered on it, I guess, as far as than it was before. So it's not flapping out there too far. I can live with that one. So the fact that it's, you know, so sometimes this is the compromise you have to come up with when you have such an obscure piece. You know, the fact that it has that amount of curve and angle to it, you're not always going to get it perfect. So that's just kind of the nature of the beast sometimes when it comes to stuff like that. Alright, so we're going to accept that. Now what I want to do is actually create some end caps on these pieces that we just attached. Alright, let's do vertex. Scale that back a little. That'll work. Let's go to edge. We're gonna make that work. How about that? Alright. Like that. Snap that shut. Alright, cool beans. Now let's do... Yeah, we'll go ahead and weld those right away. Oh, where's my weld? The heck? Hold on. Wait. Where the heck's my weld? Hold on a second. Oh shoot, don't be doing that to me. The heck? Why is it not giving me the weld? Hold on a second. Alright, hold on. Let's reconvert that back to an enable poly. I don't know why I did that, but whatever. We'll fix that. Why are you doing that? It's not giving me the option to weld it. What the frick is going on there? Okay. Weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. Well, let's go to this other piece. Normally with a double poly, it'll give us the option to be able to weld the verts together, but it's, I don't know why it's not giving me that option. That worries me. Go back to this object. Close this up. So go to edge. Draw that out. Or snap that. Okay, let's see if it gives us the option on this one. Turn that off. What in the world is happening? Huh. Where's my option to weld my verts? What the heck is going on? It's normally down here. Did I close that down by chance? I must have. Oh, I did. I must have closed that down by accident. Okay, that's where it went. There it is. Cool. Alright, let's double check these. Make sure we only got one vert. I must have collapsed that down inadvertently. Not bad. Figured it. Wonder what the heck was going on. Alright, so that's good. That one's still got two verts. Weld those together. Alright, cool. Now let's go back to this one and do the same thing. Yeah, so that's part of the reason why I usually tend to just select the verts one set at a time. Because a lot of times when you select a group there, it doesn't always get them all welded. Not really sure why that is, but kind of the method of the madness. That's why I'll just do, it's got 4 verts there, what the heck? Weird. Oh, I know why, because I had these selected yet. I see what I did. Alright, let's do that. 2 vertices, weld. Alright, cool. I'm trying to get it down to where it's only 1 vert right there. There, that should be good. And cool, so that should be all good to go all around. So now I can take these verts, put that back up to here. I'm not going to snap them together. I'll leave a little bit of buffer, because that's going to be its own piece there. So I leave enough buffer, I guess, as far as not to create an overlap, like this. Just enough to have them close together where it's not going to create a void to be able to draw water. That should work. We definitely don't want to leave it hollow, I guess, as far as on the end, because that will definitely create a void. Alright, so that's one trigger. And we did that on the other end. We're going to need to do it on this end. Alright, let's go into here. Alright, so we're going to pull this back. Expose that. I'm going to do the same thing here. So do the edge. Pull that down. Snap that. Oh, dang it, did it again. I get into the habit of pushing the left shift down to actually create a new poly, and I don't actually want to do that. Hate when that happens. Okay, so that's good there. Now let's go into this one. What we're doing here is just essentially creating a an end cap on these to take the hollowness. So right now that's hollow, right? What's on fire? Is something on fire? Okay, let's do that. Vertex, and we'll snap those down. Oh wow! You got just about every emote available in the slots. That's a colorful slot. $42 on that one. You got something at least anyway. You got something at least anyway. Nah, let's weld those verts. Okay, do that. Weld those verts. Okay, that's good. Yeah, at least you got something out of that. Alright, let's do... Did I put an end cap on there? Let's see, is there a poly there? Yes. Alright, let's make sure... I don't remember if I did or not, so I'm gonna go ahead and do them again. Nope, gotta weld these verts. The way I can tell is it'll have more than one verts right there. That's 2 verts right there. Now making sure that they're just all welded together so that it doesn't have more than one. Yep, that's still 2. Weld it. Okay, why is that not welding? What's wrong with you? I said weld. That one for some reason doesn't want to weld. So what happens when we don't weld it? See how that's... Now if that was welded, that wouldn't let me pull that off there. Let me see. I need to resnap it. Try that. 2 vertices and weld. Why is that not welding? Okay, so that's 1 vert. That's 1 vert. And that's 1 vert. For some reason, this one doesn't want to weld. Not sure why that is. Okay, we'll work with it. Not really sure why that one doesn't want to weld. Okay, let's close this back up. Now we got our end caps, and we got a majority of our welds verted. Our vertices welded? Yeah. Words. Okay, so let's close that up like that. Cool beans. Now what we'll need to do, once I'm done with all these, I'll go ahead and reset the pivot as far as where our translate is in our X form. So this one, we should be able to make one piece. Yeah, let's check this out. Effect. Center. Well, how does that look? Nope, that's a little off center too, so we might have to split that one up too. So again, you have to kind of imagine the imaginary box of the X form. So it's going to go from this point all straight down, box that in, and that's where it's determining where that center point is. It's not on the object as close as I'd like it to be, so I'll probably split that one like right about here. Yep, so right about where that line's at. Okay, no problem. We're gonna make it as much on point with our translate gizmo as much as possible. Okay, this is definitely still gonna make it a lot more optimized, I guess, as far as than having the zillions of that's the best way I can describe it, is having like a zillion ice cubes within the waterway to create the way I did the triggers prior to this. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So now that we've learned some things, I guess, as far as the way we did things before, we can kind of make those better at this point. So we can so we're on vertex snaps. What? Oh wait, we don't want. Yeah, we do want snaps. Why is it? Hold on. What did I cut? There you go. Wait, is there no vert there? Oh shoot, hold on. Oh snap, there's no vert there. Oh shoot. Alright, we're gonna have to do it by edge then. Okay, hold on. Gotta do this one a little bit differently. So we don't have a vertex to snap on this other side. So I gotta create a vert there, I guess, as far as by just cutting into that edge. Let's see if it'll let me do that. Looks like it let me do it. I think I did it. Hold on a second. Yep, it did do it. Alright, so, yep, created a line there. Sweet. Let's see if we can do it. So I've been having a problem, I guess, as far as with doing it, the vertical cut. So let's see if it still has that problem. So again, because we don't have a vert to snap to, that's the approach that I've been taking. We have to create a vert by just snapping to that edge, cutting and snapping to that edge. Okay. Hopefully this will cut. Okay, I'm having that same problem that I was. Cut it. See, I was putting the vert down there, but it's not cutting it. Ah, damn it. So I might have to do. Yeah, I was doing this to me before. I don't know why it does this, but so what I'll have to do, let me try something here. I need to detach this guy. This is so annoying when it won't cut through the edge. Right, now it did it on the top, as y'all see. It's mostly the vertical cuts. It will not let me cut. I don't know why. Alright, let's do that. And then I want to affect the pivot. First of all, I need to select that piece I just detached. There we go. Affect that pivot, center to that. Cool. Now, we're on object 8. Okay, cool. Let's do edge invert snap. Cut. Go from this edge up to that. There. That should work. Turn that off. Let's make sure that it didn't make a wonky cut. So far, it looks good. Okay. How did I get that on edge faces? I didn't realize I did that. Go to vertex, dang it. There we go. So let's see. It's looking like it made a pretty clean cut. Yep. Looks like it did. So that's just in, so I should be able to snap that back. So if we made a clean cut here, so this is a separate piece that we're going to snap into this other piece, right? So there should be a vert in this piece that I don't have highlighted. So got it on vert snaps, that should be able to snap right back to that vert. Cool. That's how I can tell that it was a clean cut. Now it is a little bit on an angle, but that's, I can fix that actually. Let's do that. Let's move that this way. We can also determine, yep, that should be a clean cut. Nice. Cool beans. Now we need to just get the bottom. Now we should have vert bottom there. So now that I've confirmed that that's a good cut, I'm gonna go ahead and reattach object 8 to 7. I think that was 7. Was that 7? No, it's 5. My bad. Yeah, that's object 5. So we need to do 5 and 8. These two. Okay, so we'll do class selected. And reaffect the pivot. Center to that. Okay, now we need to finish cutting. Drawing a line on the bottom. Uh-oh, hold on. Oh no, did it screw that up? Hold on. See a gap there. Convert that to an editable poly. Oh no, that screwed that up. This is what I was worried about. I see a gap there. You dirty rat. Oh, I see. So once I make that cut there, we'll have a connection there. Okay, hold on. Let me re-snap that back to edge. I think I see what it did there. So we'll snap it to the edge. We'll get, once we make this cut, we'll be able to tie that all in. All right, cool. That freaked me out. There was a gap there, but yeah, I can snap it to the edge here initially, and once I draw between these two lines, then I'll tie it all in. Okay, so back. Vert snap on that. Now let's do snap from this vert, that vert. Yes. Oh, come on, man. There we go. Sometimes it doesn't work one way, you can try to go the other way. Alright, so that should be a clean cut. Nice. Okay. Man, that was a little bit more work than I would like to do, but sometimes that's what it requires. It took pity on you, I guess, as far as, yeah, with the risk. Yeah, it might have. Definitely being a little bit stingy, though, that's for sure. Alrighty then. So, now we've got this. Let's go back into poly. So we got this piece and that piece. I don't have it all selected, but kind of get the idea. So I need to detach it from here. Oh, I got to get that end cap too. Yep. Yep. So that's good there. So detach all of that. Object 8, that'll work. Now, if we check the pivot for this newly detached piece, that's where it's going to be. That's much better. So now we got our translate gizmo right over top of that object, which will be the trigger. That'll work. Now let's try this one. Pivot center to that object. Dang it, still putting it off of there. Ooh, that's a little bit more abstract. I was hoping maybe it would put it more onto that. I hate to break that down even further. Now, I could break it down even further to cut it right here, and then to have this be its own piece. I might have to do that. I really don't like that floating out there like that still. Okay, so I guess we'll break it here, and we'll make this part right here one piece. Okay. And then this, from here to here, its own piece. I didn't think I was going to have to break it down quite so much, but I guess it's kind of requiring it. I want to make sure there's not going to be any problems with it not being, so that translate gizmo being all that close, I guess, as far as onto. I think what I needed to do, folks, I'm a little over closing the 2.5 hours. I'm going to take a short little recess. I'm going to run some ads, I guess, as far as during our little break, just to kind of keep the pre-rolls off. I know it's been too long, I guess, as far as to run some ads. I just want to make sure the pre-rolls are going to stay out. But yeah, I need to take a little bit of a bio break. I'd invite everybody else to do the same. We'll be back in just a second, so don't go nowhere. Alrighty, I guess I went on the intro fighters. Nobody else joined in on the funds there. That's perfectly fine. Alright, so we got a little bit of a break in there. Hopefully that should, yeah. So that gives us about 10 minutes, I guess, as far as free pre-rolls. Appreciate that, yeah, so. Okay, where were we? We were in the process of breaking this down. once again. So we want to break it right about there. Okay. I still need to pull this back and put an end cap on that. Let's do that first. Let's do that first. Okay, let's expose that a little bit more. There we go. Gotta be able to button this end up. Okay, we'll put our vert snaps on. Close that up. Okay, that one's good. Let's try it on this one. Go by edge, drop that down, tilt that barge, lift that bale. Oh, I'm double checking making sure the video doesn't freeze on that. I thought for a second there it might have. I think we're still good. There's a little bit of delay. I'm noticing there's probably a good 3-second delay. Maybe a little bit more than that. Okay. Okay, now that's all we need to do is weld all those verts down. Yeah, I know some in there, and I think it's a little bit more. So on my end, I'm seeing what's going on my screen in comparison to the video playback on the channel. It's a little bit more than 5 seconds. A little bit more than 5 seconds. Okay, so that's one vert, that's one vert. 3 vertices, weld that. 2 vertices. I don't know why all these vertices don't want to weld. That's really strange. That one's good. So there's always at least one set of verts that don't want to weld. I'm not 100% sure why that is. Oh well. Okay. Majority of them do seem to weld though. See, that one's being stubborn too. Always one set that doesn't want to weld all the way. So the only thing that creates a problem is like, okay, once we select this corner like so, see how that's not attached? I'm not really sure why it's doing that. Let's see if we can vert snap that. Okay, we can definitely vert snap it. Let's see if we can weld it. Well, nope. So it's still 2 vertices there. Don't know why that is. That's really strange. Anywho. Okay, that should be as best we can get that. Now we can take... Oh my goodness. Grab this one. Pull that back up here. Now, when I want to double check... Oh man, I'm gonna bring the terrain back in, just make sure everything's Gucci there. That's looks good. So we got our waterways like here. This is more of a creek, so you can see where the bank is right there. So the way these triggers will work, and I got the terrain lifted a little bit more than what it is in actuality, just so I can get a better sense of how much, but the trigger will actually hover above that, so you'll just be able to go to the bank of the waterway, and it'll be able to pull from that. You won't have to get into the creek, for example. It'd be in close proximity to that, so yeah, that still looks good. Yeah, so yeah, you can see more of the bank for the creek here. That's how we've designed this. Yeah, so far it's looking good. Well, that's right, I did hide that. That's going up to the north there, so I got some of them hidden there yet. Yep. Alright, cool. We're still good. Just had to double check that. So with that done, apply the end cap onto that. Yep, alright, cool. Now we should be able to check the, where's the pivot going to be on this one. Enter that. Yeah, it did move a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to break it right up here, that's right. I just wanted to put that end cap on there. Cool. So we're still going to break it right here and make from here all the way around this here one piece. One little chunk. Alright, let's... I want to get this translate gizmo a little bit more on top of that, so more like this guy. Yeah. Alright. A little bit more work that we got to do than I was expecting, but I think it's definitely, like I said, it's out of necessity. So we'll cut it from here to here. Oh, what the heck? No, let's do this. Okay. Why did you do that? Turn that off. I don't know why I did that. Okay, so is that cut all the way through? We just need to get it on the bottom. So it went from there. There. Okay. So we need to cut it from here to here. Yeah. Okay, so cut, snap. Wait. Alright. That should work. I didn't think it was going to be quite that. I wonder if I can pull. Try something here. Yeah, I'm going to straighten this out just a little bit. There we go. I didn't narrow that up too much. That should do. Yep. Cool. Now we should be able to detach. With all that. Make sure I get the end cap on that. And attach that. That'll work. And now let's affect the pivot on that. Much better. Okay, so that's good. Now let's see what we got here. Should be able to refine that a little bit more. That's better. So we got the translate gizmos more on the object. Doesn't have to be centered on it. Just want it to be more onto the object itself. So that'll work. Much better than it was. Okay, now need to pull this back again. Yep, get the crayons out. Yes, and that goes for anybody that might be feeling a little bit left out. Feel free to use the crayons, either as a snack or just to get involved, I guess, as far as with in the virtual sense, at least anyway. So if you're feeling a little bit creative yourself, I guess, as far as pull the crayons out. Okay, so now we got that pulled back. We should be able to go to edge. Grab it on this edge, pull that down. Snap that to this corner. Oops, whatever it snaps on. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go back to this object. Edge. Grab this edge. Whoops, turn that rip snap off. Right. Like I said, well, I wasn't gonna name any names, but yeah. Like I've said before in the past, if there's no judgment here. It's like if you have them as a snack, you utilize the crayons however you see fit. There's no judgment. Okay, I'll go ahead and weld these. Okay, that one welded. That one welded. That one welded. That one doesn't weld. There's always one set. I don't understand that. There's always one set that does not want to weld. Goofy son of a gun anyway. Anyway. Let's go ahead and weld these up. Yep, see, same thing there. I don't get that. Never had that do that before, or it doesn't weld. Weld it. Fine, be that way. You ate crayons when I was a kid. You turned out okay. Okay, maybe I'm not a good. Well, you're still here, so I guess it's you know. Nothing else, it didn't kill you, let's put it that way. Like this one got a lot of whack here, let's see if we can fix this. Okay. Alright, we got those all welded, so now we should be able to close this back up a little bit. Again, I'm not trying to create an overlap on it because I don't want those to fight each other, but also I don't want to create a dead spot where you can pick up, you know, get the free water trigger just as far as once you put the trailer on it. So to leave too much of a gap like this, that'd be a no-no. So we're kind of taking care of two things at one time. Not to overlap it like this. That'd be a no-no. But also to put an end cap on there so that it doesn't create a dead spot where it won't allow you, I guess, as far as to get the trigger interaction for the water fill. Okay, close this up a little bit. That should work. Okay, so now we got... The only thing I didn't do on these was to check the X form. Let's do that. Let's recheck our pivot and our X form. Cool. So again, you got that imaginary box around there. Box it all in, and there's our center. Equal on top to bottom as it is to the left or right. So that's good. Collapse that down. Yes. And we'll do it to this piece. Let's re-effect the pivot. Yep, just moved a little bit, not too much. That's still acceptable. Let's do that X form, reset selected, and same thing there. So we're equal top to bottom as we are left to right. Okay, well, we're getting there. We still got all the rest of this to do yet. So I got a feeling we're going to have to do a lot of breakdown, I guess, as far as that. So I think this one right here should be good in itself. This one I think should be good by itself. So Mark, just looking at this, I'm probably going to have to break it down from here to this bend. And then from that bend, maybe to there, and then we can go. We could probably leave this as one piece, but I got a feeling we'll have to break it down into two. just because of that S in there. We've already seen what the result was down here with having a curve. So let's I already know I'm gonna have to break it down at least up to here, and then we can have it. So we'll have a piece from here to there, and then from there to this opening where there's a bridge. Then we'll do from here to the S. Might have to make the S piece its own shape, and then other side of the S to that, and then this we can leave it all as one piece. So that's kind of the game plan here at this point. Okay. So we want to split this one off right about there. Go to vertex. So yeah, so right about here is when we want to make a split here.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Did I? Did I? I hope I didn't. I'm hoping I didn't anyway. Okay, let's You're just coming. Alright then. Fair enough. Okay, I need my vert snap, and then we need to cut that. Cool. Get out of the cut, and then just on the bottom. I like it better when it works out this way, where I don't have to cut on the side, because you saw what the result was of doing a vertical cut. I was a little bit more involved. I had to detach the panel to be able to. It was kind of a pain in the butt. So yeah, I definitely like it when it works out better this way. That's for show. Okay, now we can detach it from there. You definitely made me look. I was like, where did I screw up? Alright, so let's see, making sure I'm going the right way. So if we need to go from here, let's go to polygon. We should be able to detach it, all of this here. Now, I don't know if I included too much of, excuse me, the bend right there. Yeah, we'll see what kind of result we get when we detach it there. I got a feeling I might have to scale that back a little bit. I was trying to keep it so the fact that that bends in here may not put it onto the object. I'm just kind of imagining. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a good result. We'll see what we get though. Let's go to detach. And select that piece, and then we'll affect the pivot. That's what I thought. Yeah, so because we got that bend in there, it's gonna float that out here. So we might have to cut it down right about there and make this its own piece. I might actually go so far as to include this part into that bend as well. I think I'll do that. So. Alright. So I need to so probably son of a gun anyway. Maybe right about there we'll try. Whoop, wrong one. Yeah, so let's cut it right about there. Oh shoot, okay. We'll have to go this way, okay. Alright, so do we got a cut there? Sweet. Alright, so just be able to cut it on top and bottom. Go from here to here. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh, I gotta sneeze so bad. Got that tickle on the tip of my nose. It's like, I got my, I'm kind of like spazzing over, it gets as far as over to my mute button, so I don't go blasting it into the microphone. Okay, so we gotta go from here to here. Sure, y'all don't care to want to hear that. Okay, so we got that. Cool. Now we'll be able to just trying to get a sense of how that's gonna work. Alright, let's so that's all one piece there for now. Let's break this down. Yep, we didn't include the end cap, that's good. Okay, so then I think also what I'm going to add to this one is that right there. This way I can make this that way on one piece. Okay. So that should be good there. Let's detach this. Could be a jump scare, but for viewers, you mean the at this moment? Maybe. This is gonna wake everybody up. Alright, let's attach that. Alright, and then we'll go back pivot. Center that. Okay, that's better. I like that. That's much better, more better. Alright, let's see how. So, the other thing I want to do, I want to add this piece to that. Let's go into this. We'll detach. Oh, we need to cut that first. That's right. I probably don't even really need to. Hold on a second. Let me try something. A little bit different approach. So I'm gonna take just these polys. Oh no, because that's gonna include all of that. I don't want to do that. That's the reason why I gotta cut it. All right, never mind. I remember. It's coming back to me now. So part of the reason why I have to cut it, otherwise it'll include that that entirety of that poly. I don't want to do that. Okay, no problem. So let's go to root snap. Okay. And on the bottom. Whoop. Sweet. Alrighty then. And then what I'll do, now I can select those polys right here. Attach that. Yes. And let's affect that pivot. That. Cool. Now we can take this piece and that piece and combine those. So we'll take 10 and 12. Nope, not 11. 10 and 12. Those two pieces and make that one piece. Lapse selected. Whoa, okay. That should work though. Alright, so let's convert that back to an editable poly. Cool, now that's all in one piece. Now let's affect that pivot and see what we get on that. Still think there might be too much of a curve there, and it's probably going to float it. Let's see here, so let's do affect pivot. You know what? I might just leave it that way. I don't think we're going to get it any better than that, due to the fact that we got a curve in there. It's close enough to where it should be acceptable. The fact that it's a really narrow piece, it may not be a bad thing if we've got that floating just a little bit more, because it'll kind of unnaturally widen it anyway, as far as if you were to interact with it, which wouldn't necessarily be a terrible thing. So yeah, I think we'll take that. I think that should be fine. So this one's here, like that. So let's pull this back. Let's go to vertices. That back and put an end cap on that bad boy. Go to edge. it's still going to be way fewer pieces that we had prior to doing it this way, that's for sure. That's why I'm very being very precautious as to not create too many small triggers, trying to minimize how many individual triggers that we'll have, but all in an effort, I guess, as far as to make that translate gizmo, I guess, as far as more quote-unquote centered, using that term loosely, on the object. Alright, so we got our panel up there. Let's go ahead and close this one up. Go to edge. Triggers can be really tricky. They're very temperamental and very specific on how they need to be designed. So you can't make them too abstract, you know, too many abstract edges and stuff like that. That goes for fill planes, you know, for trailers and stuff like that too. They're very picky, I guess, as far as like that. They don't, and it's probably more the way the Giants engine is designed, I guess, as far as that. If you make them too complex, the game just kind of like, nope, I don't know what you want me to do with that. That's another reason why I'm being very cautious, is to make too much of an abstract piece. And that's probably why I was acting the way it was, the way it interprets, the way I had my trigger all in one piece prior to breaking it down like I am. I didn't know what to do with it. So, however, which way you want to look at it, it just requires us to have to break it down like we are. Oh, again, this is all in theory. That by doing this, they're going to work as we expect them to. But again, that's all in theory. You still have to test it to ensure that it is going to do that. Let's do vert snap, and that's why we have the two sides of, you know, you create the item, you put it in the game, and you test that theory out. But I feel it's like I've already mentioned, it's a pretty solid theory that this is going to be the way to go. So it's not going to be all or not, all for naught, I guess, as far as going through all this work. Okay, now we just need to weld these together. So far, they're all welding. Yep, and there you go again. And it always seems to be one on the bottom. So it's either set down on the bottom that doesn't want to weld. I don't understand why that is the case. That's another set that doesn't seem to want to weld. So weird. Anyway. Okay, that one's good. That one's good. That one's good. Once again, it's always, like I said, it's always one set on the bottom edge. It just doesn't want to weld for some reason. Goofy son of a gun, anyway. Alright, so grab all that. We'll close this back up. And by that, I'm not snapping it back together. That should be good, just like that. Oh. That's weird. It actually created a... Not sure why it did that there, I guess, as far as creating an end guy on there. Just on that one side. Interesting. Just happened to notice that. Okay. Let's recheck our pivot on this. Okay, not bad. And let's do the X form right away. Cool. Yeah, so a lot of these curved pieces are definitely becoming a little bit of a challenge, I guess, as far as to get that translate gizmo, I guess, as far as to be closer to that. But I think this should be acceptable. It's not floating way out beyond it. That's why we toned it down a little bit, scaled it back a little bit to not have it float out too far from the actual object. Okay. Collapse that down. That one should be good. Now this piece. This one's a little bit further out, but it's again, I think because this is more of a narrower trigger than it is anywhere else, even if it does allow you, I guess, as far as to fill beyond the physical trigger, shouldn't be a problem. It's mostly only going to be on this one side in comparison to the other side of it. I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of how the game would interpret, you know, the orientation of that trigger. The more you can put it at the center on the whole object, the better. And by center is to have it actually on the object itself, or to be a part of the object, and not floating out like this one is. That's as close as we can get it based on their shape. So we're kind of compromising a little bit. Coming to a reasonable compromise. Alright, so let's do that again one more time. And then we'll also do the X form. What the heck? Wait a minute. Reset, selected. Oh, did something wrong. Anyway, there's our imaginary box. There's our center. Equal on left to right as it is top and bottom. Symmetrical. Okay, now the only other thing I do have to do is put an end cap. Now we should, hopefully, crud. I already know what's going to happen here. So if I were to make this one piece right here, from here to this opening, that's not going to work. I already know that's not going to work. Because we'll have to split that probably here. We might have to split this a couple times because of that angle that's on that. It's going to put that translate gizmo either over here or over here floating out. I can already tell. Okay. Again, I'm just thinking ahead. I don't want to break it down too much and add too many individual pieces. The more I can keep into one piece, the better. But we need it to be able to have that translate, I guess, as far as within close proximity of the actual object. We don't want it to float out too far. Let's see. Oh, brother. Okay, so I know I'm going to need to at least split it here. And I'm thinking if I do that, it shouldn't mess up, I guess, as far as this angle. Let's see what that does. So I'm going to split it right about here. This point. Then we can have this be one piece. We're definitely going to have to split it. Put it at the S. The S will be its own piece. We'll have from here to here be its own piece, and then we can leave this the way it is. Whoa. Okay. So let's split this one down. A lot more cuts that I was hoping I was going to have to do, I'll be honest. Why did I not cut? There we go. Okay. Sweet. Alright, now let's attach. Now that should have an end cap on there. Let's turn off the vert snap. Yeah, select all these. Oh wait, no, that shouldn't have an end cap there just yet. We're gonna need to put an end cap on this here, yeah. Okay, so attach that. No. Okay, let's affect that pivot and see where it puts that at. I got a feeling It's gonna put it like right there. Either right here or right there. Let's see what it does. Oh, that's actually better than I thought. So yeah, actually taking that bend out there, it was doing what I was hoping it would do. I was kind of worried it was going to float it out this way or this way. That actually works out pretty good. Nice. So then we can make this its own piece right there. Alrighty then. Awesome sauce. That worked out tremendously. Alright, now let's pull this back. Gotta put an end cap on that. So I tend to only move the one side. That way I know where I gotta bring it back to once I butt it up there. Rather than going back and forth between these two pieces and pulling it back. Just only manipulate the one side of it. That way I know where to come back to once I get that capped off. Okay. Oh, didn't work out right with that. Oh, I had the two edges. Only need the one edge. There we go. Had two edges selected there. Okay, vert snap. Snap that down. That down. So, I guess what I'm going to do is just take the approach of vert snaps off. Let's just go ahead and take all these verts and weld those down. Yeah, that'll work. Since I already know for some reason the one set always doesn't seem to want to weld, yeah, just take the approach like that. It'll make that process a little bit quicker instead of doing each set one at a time. Okay, edge. Actually, we need to go into this piece, then go to edge. Grab that edge, pull that one down. Snap that together. So we're getting there slowly but surely. Kind of anxious to really be able to test this out in game and see how it works out for us. Oh, what was about with that? If I sneeze and didn't mute, is there that much delay? I said that a while ago. Holy crap! Unless the chat's just catching up. Wow, do we got that much delay? Hold on a second. Holy goodness. Is that right? I got about a 1 minute delay? Holy crap. Yeah, I was okay, so yeah, I just caught your message there about me sneezing and muting. I said that like well over 2 or 3 minutes ago. Is there that much delay? Oh, you were saying if I sneeze in it, it'll be a jump scare. Okay. I mentioned about sneezing into the mic, like a good 2 minutes ago. Is there that much delay? Holy schmoes. Alright, so we created a cap on this end. Now I just want to weld all those together. Grab all those. Weld those up. Cool. Well, I've definitely been busy doing stuff, but from what I'm noticing, when you mentioned about the sneezing there, I said 2 minutes ago, I just happened to notice on my timer, so my session timer, because as far as on the channel, and what I got on my OBS don't match. It's about almost a minute and a half now. That's crazy. Let me refresh my dashboard here real quick. Give me a second. I need to close some tabs out here too. Alright, let's do that. I'm gonna refresh some things. Oh yeah, for sure. Alright, so we refresh that. Yeah, so 3 hours, man, we're already over 3 hours on this. Holy crap. Time flies when you're having fun. definitely should be having fun. If we're not having fun, then we're doing something wrong. So I got 3 minutes. So even if I go by the uptime that's on the channel, that's 3 minutes. Holy crap. Yowza. So I got... Whoa. That's crazy. So we got almost a 3-minute delay, I guess, as far as between my uptime and what's on my session. I don't know if that session time on Twitch is actually correct. That's a huge delay. Anywho. That's what I'm noticing on my end anyway. Alright, so we welded all those together. Now I just need to bring... these nope. Get into this object. There you go. Turn my vert snap off. Let me make sure I got the right... Yep, that's right. I'm just making sure. Got the right piece that I did pull back. I think we're good. Alright, so let's go vertex. Grab these. And... Oh, no, not on the one axis. What are you doing? There we go. That's better. Cool. Alright, so now we got... where are we at? So all we need to do is affect that pivot. Center that. That's good. And let's redo the X-form. Anytime you manipulate, I guess, as far as the object, you know, as far as to bring it back, even like I just did there, we always have to make sure we check that. Make sure it's not... We didn't throw it too far out of whack. Alright, so reset X-form, reset selected. Oh, put 2 of them in there. I guess that'll work. Close, hold. Alright, took them all away. Cool. So that one's good. I'm going to redo the X-form on this one just to make sure. It's not going to hurt it if we apply it again. You know, we did it. Just creating an extra step that we probably didn't need to do. But I just want to make sure. Alright, cool. Wanted to make absolutely sure we didn't move it. The only thing when we did pull the end off on this part, so now we got this part. Now we should be able to make this apart. We're getting there. So we got... I'm going to have to make one more split on either side of this S so that we can have this piece, the S, and then this before we get up to this gap. And this one here we should just be able to keep it as one piece. That's pretty straight there. Yep, we got at least a couple more cuts we got to do. Alright, let's detach. I might even be able to go, hold on a second, we might be able to go from here up to the S, because that's pretty straight there. Alright, yeah, let's try that. So I'll actually cut it right here at the S. Let's do that. That's what I'm going to do. Let's vertex. Yep, that should be a reasonable cut. So we'll just on the top and bottom. Go from there to there. And from there to there. Cool. Now we should be able to detach from there all the way up to that point. Let's take that off. Four polygons. Select all that. Okay. Oh, got this side. Oh crap! Saw them again. That would have been bad. Thank goodness for Control Z. Put things back to where before you screwed it up. Alright, so there we go. So let's detach that. Alright, let's check the pivot for that. Should be good. And it's a little bit off, and it's probably because we got that little bit of an angle. Again, I'm thinking, this is my thought behind all this. So the fact that it does float out here a little bit past where the physical object is, the fact that this is such a narrow trigger to begin with, because this is a creek, this is a water trigger, free water source trigger, I guess, as far as for our creek. I think if we have a little bit of play in that, I don't think it's going to hurt, because it's so narrow. If it was way further out, I would definitely want to probably break it down a little bit further, but the fact that I don't feel that's so bad. So picture, if you will, even if it allowed us to fill, you know, as far as the game was concerned, if it let us fill before we actually physically hit the trigger, and more at the point where this translate is, I don't think that would be all that terrible. I don't think that would be all that terrible. So yeah, we're gonna leave it like that. I will make another split on the other side of this S to just leave this. We might even be able to go so far as to include that and all the way down, but because we got this little kink here, that might create a problem. So I might just have to split it here and still be able to include all this up here as one piece. We'll see how that works out. Alright, so we're definitely going to leave that one like it is. All that being said, okay, let's go back into vertice. Alright. Pull that back. Put an end cap on there. I already got end caps on this. This is where we got. So there's a gap, there's a bridge that goes in between the creek here. That's part of the reason why I did that, because, like I've mentioned, I felt it kind of silly, I guess, as far as to be able to pull water from the bridge when you're on the bridge. I don't know of any place in reality where you can actually pull water from a bridge, unless you put a pump or like a hose or something like that out there. I don't know. Add in there. It's just the way my brain works. Some things have to make sense. Okay, let's do that. Alright, so same thing like we did before. I'm just going to grab all these verts and weld those down. Okay. And however it does weld that, we'll just call that good. Whoa. That. Okay, let's go to edge. Button that up. Okay. What? Go to vertex. Grab all those. And weld those down. Sweet. Now we can go back into this one. Dang it. Gotta have something more local selected, otherwise it just throws the whole thing on a whack in the viewport. Alright, so we want to select all these verts. Pull that back this way. That'll work. Cool. Now, recheck our translate for that. Shouldn't have changed too much. Cool. And let's redo the X form. Nice. I think that'll be okay. Nice. Okay, collapse that down. We're getting there. Alright, so we need to put... one second. Yeah, so we put our end cap there, we're good. Back cooking. Moving forward, so now we can go on the other side of this S. We'll probably cut it right there. And then what we'll initially try to do after we do that is to include this, the gap, and then all the way up there as one piece, and see what kind of result we get. I know the S for sure, we're going to have to leave that out. And it's going to throw that off there, I can tell. From everything that we've done so far, whenever you have too much of an angle, and this is an extreme angle with this little creek in here, it's definitely not going to allow us to put the translate pivot where we want it. Okay, so vertex. Let's go from here to here. That'll be good. We'll snap it from here to here. And on the bottom, let's make sure we get the right spot. That should be. Oh crap! I lost my spot. Right there. Okay, so we're on this one right here. Yep, that should be good. Oh, do I got an extra vert in there somewhere? Hold on. Nope, so we got that one there. Nope, we're good. I had to double check that. So we're just basically getting that little crook out of here, I guess, as far as to make that just one piece. And even with that, it might not want to put that vert, or not the vert, but the translate gizmo where we want it. We'll have to see how that turns out. Okay. Okay, so we split that off of there. Let's yep, so you gotta select these polys for that. Now that we got that all cut through, select those. Ow, dang it, I hate when I do that. Ah, shoot, what the heck? There we go. Wait a minute, that's okay. First I thought it was selecting the edges. Like, why are you selecting the edges? Okay, detach that. Yep. And let's see where it puts the pivot for this at. Translate. You might hear me say pivot as opposed to translate gizmo, I guess, as far as they're kind of most the same thing in here. Because essentially the translate gizmo can be a pivot or rotate. We're not actually trying to do that, but when you hear me say that, I guess as far as it's referring, I guess as far as basically the same thing in this case. So if you hear me say pivot or translate gizmo, it's pretty much the same. Actually, that's not bad. That's much better than I thought it was going to be. I thought for sure it was going to put it, load it out. That's actually pretty good. Not shabby. All right, cool. We'll go. We're gonna accept that. Okay, so we got that there. This here. Now we should be able to set that translate gizmo onto this. I got a feeling because there's that little bit of a crink between where that gap is right here, it's not going to put the gizmo where we want it. Let's see what it gives us though. So if we go back pivot center, oh my goodness, that's actually a lot better result than I thought it would be. That's actually very much acceptable. Alright, cool. So we can leave that all as wasn't one piece. Awesome sauce. Okay, so the only thing we got to do is put our end caps on where we chunked it out here at our little S here. Okay, so let's do that. So we got to put an end cap on the end of this, the end of our S, and also on the end of that there. So we got essentially 1, 2, 3, 4 end caps to create. Yep. All right. So let's start from here. Let's go to vertex. We'll pull this back. Okay, and then we'll go to edge. Pull that down. Vert snap that, close it right up. Okay. And can grab all these verts and weld those up. Cool. That's one side. Now let's get this side. Edge. Drag that down. Button her up. Tote that barge with that bale. Oh my goodness, what did you just do there? Hold on. What? Hold on, we gotta redo that. I don't know what that was all about. Did I pull it down on the... I might have pulled it on the wrong axis. Hold on. I think that's probably what happened. That's better. That should work. Alright, vertex snap. Let's try that again, shall we? There we go. Now we Gucci. Grab all those verts, shut that off. And weld those down. Cool. Now we can bring... close that back up. Grab these verts. Pull that over back this way. Alright. There's that end. Now we gotta get this end. Let's pull it back a little more. That'll work. Okay, vertex. Let's do vert snap. Snap that down. A lot of rinse and repeat that happens with these types of things. And by that, it's just a lot of the same steps, just repeated over and over again. Comes with the territory. Oh my goodness, why did it do that? Don't be doing that to me. Alright, so that, yep, good. So that, cool. Now we just got the other side. Oh, eish. Won't be doing that. Okay, go to edge. Oh, I got. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Doing some funky things there for a second. Pull it down on that. Sweet. Vertex, vert snap. Okay. Vert snap off. Select those verts. Looks good. Snap. Weld all those together. Nice. Okay, now we can go back into here. All those verts and pull this back over. Like so. Nice. Okay, so we got that is its own piece. Let's recheck our pivot. Okay, didn't change too much. Cool. Let's check our X form. Nice. Okay. Collapse that down. Checking some things here real quick. Alright, so that one's good. Then we should be able to keep this as we already determined as one piece. Let's zoom on that. You can see where that translate as, so that can definitely be kept as one piece. Cool. Nice. So that's the home stretch here. So we don't need to do anything else with that, other than to let's recheck the pivot here real quick, and also the X form. See what we look like. Beautiful. All right, cool. That's good. All right, sweet. That was a little bit more work than we had to do on this one, but when you consider all the different angles that are in that thing in comparison to the one we had earlier at the top, that's, yeah, okay. kind of proved itself necessary. Alright, so let's unhide this one here. Okay, so there's all of our pieces here. So we need to rename some things here though. So that's our first shape. Second shape. This would be our third shape. Alright, so yeah, we just need to rename some things is all. Okay, I did rename that. Alright, cool. We should be good. So let's just finish renaming these. And it's more for clarity in our items list is about all. What we name these, if I haven't made that clear, as far as the game is concerned, it doesn't care. Alright, so I'm going to copy this. Rename this piece to number 3. This will be number 4. Okay. This will be number 5. Not to be confused with Mambo number 5. Okay, and then we'll go down here. This will be 6. Whoop, hold on. You had to break that down. So this will be number 6. This is also going to help us determine how many nodes, how many lines that we need to have in our XML for all this. This will be 7. That one's 8. Oh man, that's stingy bot anyway. That's the second time he did that to you. That dirty bot. Well, you got 32 on the risk at least anyway. I believe that's the second time he did that on the shot. He's being super stingy. Don't be bot. Alright, so this one's going to be number 9. So far we got 9 lines we need to have. Okay, we'll paste. This will be 10. 11. Okay. That's 11. This one will be 12. 13. Yeah, we had to break this one up quite a bit actually. 14. This will be 15. This is 16. And this little guy over here will be 17. Sweet. So there is all of our pieces right there. We got to have 17 lines in our XML to accommodate all these different triggers. Nice. This is what gives us our clarity in our items list as far as to how many lines. So 17 lines we need to have in our XML overall. Okay. Yeah, bot is definitely not happy. Oh, be dang. I can't believe he did that on set. It's not like him, I guess, as far as to be that stingy, I guess, as far as second time around. Alright, so let's add our 17 lines that we need to have in total. So we need to have 0 to 16. So as it stands, we got 5 lines? Yeah, I added the 5th line, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 lines, so we need 11 more lines. Let's copy this one. Make some room. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So is that right? So what's number is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, that's not right. 14. So we're one short. We need one more line. We need 17 in total, but we need up to 16 because it starts with 0. So we need one more line. 0 to 16, which will make 17 lines. We'll do one more line. And let's make sure we relabel this one 16. Cool. So that's all the lines we need. So what this is going to do, again, just to summarize, when the map gets loaded up in the game, it's going to read this XML. It's going to say, read this. We still got to do the I3D work. So of all these pieces that'll exist in this I3D, it's going to tell the game, I guess, as far as what to do with each one of those nodes for those triggers. So we're making each one of them a water that has this rate, I guess, as far as for the fill, which is pretty fast. It's not super duper fast, but it's fast. And then it'll also allow it to auto start to fill depending on the implement that you use. Most of the default ones, like I've mentioned earlier, you have to push the button, I guess, as far as to start to fill. And then, of course, that'll be a water that costs nothing. So it's a free water source. So just to kind of quick rundown, I guess, as far as what's going on with that. Okay, so all the XML work is done. Now we gotta do the I3D work. That's a little bit of a process in itself because we're gonna have to export each of these pieces individually, all 17 pieces individually, and bring it into, let me go ahead and open this up. Give me a second here. So we gotta open it up and put it into this guy, and this is what the XML is referring to as this I3D. So let me get this loaded up real quick. Just kind of show you what's going on with that. Might take a second for it to load. So we're getting down to the nitty gritty at this point. So the other hard part is going to be exporting it out, getting the trigger collision bits, I guess, as far as set so that it recognizes it as a water trigger and all that. So let's see where we at. So we got to point to our water flow trigger, which is in here, this guy. So prior to doing this right now, previously, before we broke this all down, we only had 4 triggers, 4 nodes. We've broken it down to the point where we have 17 in total. What I didn't take into consideration is the hydrant, so we got to also factor that in. So we're going to take another count of how many nodes we end up with once, we get them all our triggers that we got. So we're going to have a whole line of triggers, I guess, as far as in here. We'll take another count to see how many we have, and we'll adjust our XML accordingly. Right now, all I'm going by is what we have in our scene here, which is 17. So we might end up having 1 or 2 more because I do have other triggers in here that are already established that we didn't need to do any work for in our that we didn't need to do any work in here. So anyway, we'll take the accountability, I guess, as far as once we get them all in there. The next step is going to be getting all these individual shapes out of here and make them into our individual triggers, which will make one whole trigger, I guess, as far as once we're all said and done. Okay. Before I do that, I want to save this scene. I'm going to bring some stuff back out here. I like to make a starting scene, I guess, as far as to start from. That way, as we go progress through it, if something screws up, I guess, as far as along down the line, we can always revert, start over again. So, bringing everything back out. We're gonna save the scene. Okay. So that's our starting point. Now we can go ahead and from this point we can take out the stuff that we don't need. I'll do a select all. The only thing we want to keep is all of these shapes here that we just created and relabeled. So all 17 of these fellers. We can delete everything else out. Okay, now we can start the process of exporting each one of these out one at a time. And I think what I'll do is I think I'll export these out right to let me see here, right to this directory. I think that'll work. Keep everything self-contained. Okay, so we got a workflow. Let's do that. It's all about having a nice solid workflow. So let's export this out, and we're going to point to that waterfill trigger directory in our map. Let's go there. Placeables, waterfill triggers, and right in here. And we want to do this as an i3D. And this one we'll just do as trigger 1. It doesn't matter what we name these. This so long as we name them something that makes sense. So when we go to try to import it into our main waterfill trigger i3D, we'll know what we're looking for as we go in there. So again, once we get them into this main i3D here, we won't need these anymore. Okay, export that one out. Oh, you know what I didn't do? So I got a little bit ahead of myself. So the way I just saved that, it included all of this together, so I don't want to do that. So what I need to do is isolate just the one shape. So we need to go to select all. We only need this one. Otherwise, it's going to include all of that in there, and we don't want that. That's not what we're trying to accomplish here. We want to break these down. Yeah, so that kind of goes again. If I was to just use that one i3D, it would include all that in there, and it would defeat the purpose of what we just did of breaking it down. So, got a little bit ahead of myself. So we can delete all this, export this guy out as trigger 1. Because that's what we're going with as far as to name them. Just overwrite that one. Yes. Okay, now we can bring everything back and go next one down. So we'll hide that one, this one. Now this piece is next. Now we'll go file, export that one, and so on and so forth. Rinse and repeat. Some of these workflows like this, they tend to be very repetitive, but when you get into a rhythm or a flow of it, it makes it pretty simple. It definitely makes sense, I guess, as far as to rename these so that it'll automatically order those right in order, I guess, as far as the way you want to do them. So that was another reason why we took the initiative, I guess, as far as to name these, to have it more clarity in our items list. Makes the workflow a little bit more efficient in that fashion. Alright, so now we're going to export this one, and so on and so forth. We're going to be bringing these individual deals into our main waterfill trigger. Okay. Yeah, the fact that we got 17 of them. Now, keeping in mind we had the better part of, I think it was 150 some separate pieces. So this is drastically reduced, I guess, as far as from what I had previously. Yeah, there was something like 100 and, in fact, I've got it on there. Yeah, it was up there. So yeah, this is definitely a huge improvement. Only having 17 different pieces as opposed to 150 some. That what I wanted? Yeah. So delete all that. This will be the next piece. This is going to be number 4. Okay. Rinse and repeat. Okay. You kind of all get the point, I imagine, at this point. You get the idea. I love it when you got a workflow where it's just, you know, it can be very repetitive, but the fact that we didn't have nearly as many shapes as we did previously, this makes it much more efficient, really. May not seem like it, but it actually is. Hey, what's going on there, Tiger? What's happening? I'm doing the beepity boops, as you say, against the first. Welcome on in. You know what? This one earbud is driving me nuts again. Give me a second. Oh yeah, we're doing good. We're doing really good. I was just explaining this as far as my workflow. What I got here. So we need to export this guy, right? 7. This is going to be number 7. Nothing like having a nice streamlined workflow, I guess, as far as to go from point A to point B. Get the work done. Okay. So just like that. Next one will be 8. That's this guy. Port that out. That's going to be number 8. We got 17 of these bad boys. Whoop, not that one. Don't want to touch that one yet. That would be bad. That would make me sad if I would have stepped on that one. That one actually turned out better than I thought it would be right there. So this one's going to be number 10. Yep, just make sure. I'm not gonna lie, folks. I'm getting really anxious and excited, I guess, as far as to test this out to confirm that all this work is going to be worth it. I had a very strong theory going into this that this was going to be this was going to work. Based on all the testing that has been done to confirm my theory, there's a huge satisfaction in being able to come to the conclusion that your confidence in the theory actually comes to be true, and everything works the way you expect it to, and as far as intended. Export 13. Alright, only a few more to do. Oh crap, I screwed up. Alright, so we're on 15 next. Got a little carried away. That's our little S piece, yep, alright, cool. That one's 15, only a couple more. Kind of speed running in a way, when you think about it. Instead of speed running, you know, as far as particular games that we like, I guess as far as it's a little bit different. Alright, so we still got that one too, okay. Nice. Export 16. And one more after that. Bring it all back. And last but not least. Boom. It's that little guy. Sweet beans. Alright, let's do export. 17. Alright. Okay, we got it all out. That work is done. Now if we go back to our working folder here and see all those that we saved. Now what we'll have to do is go into these individually, and there's some adjustments that we need to make to it to add the proper rigid body collision to it to make it be read by the game as a water trigger. It's not only to sense its orientation and where it is in the world, but also just once it does sense it, what is it? So there's always a check and balance, I guess, as far as both in the XML work and the coding that's within the i3D itself for the trigger. That a lot of the things that you do with content creation, I guess, as far as for games, we're always going to have that. There's always two sides that have to balance for the game to actually recognize what you want it to do. All right, so let's open this one up. And I'm opening this up in a separate editor session. So hopefully this doesn't crash the game. Or crash the stream, I should say. Closing in on 4 hours, holy crap. I hope we're having fun. I know I'm having fun. I'm getting very anxious, I guess, as far as to check our work out, the fruits of our labor. Alright, so trigger 1. Alright, so we're going to make a couple adjustments here. So number 1, just rename this like so. And the more critical thing, we need to make it a trigger. So it's going to be something that... So by collision doesn't mean it's going to have a collision as you would think. The collision is going to be once the piece of equipment does interact with it, what is it going to do? In this case, what we're trying to set this up for is it's going to tell the game as far as, okay, you're putting this water trailer into this trigger, which is designated as a water trigger, and it's going to bring that up in the HUD, I guess, as far as to tell you, hit the button, I guess, as far as to start filling with water. This is basically what we're telling the game what to do with this once there's an implement or a piece of equipment that does interact with it. So that's kind of what we're setting up here with each of these triggers that we adjust. So we bring up this little guy, clear that all out. I mean, I already know these by heart because I've done this enough times. But this is the bit set that we need to have on each of these triggers to have the game recognize it as a water fill trigger. So we're going to do that. There's a whole complicated formula, I guess, as far as for what determine what bits you need to have onto that. I've done all that work, I guess, as far as ahead of time to come to that determination that that's what it needs to be. So I'm just going to put it simple in layman's terms as far as that goes. Alright, so that's that, and I'm also going to make a couple more adjustments here. This doesn't really need to be done, it's just kind of an OCD thing. This is just how the trigger will show if you make it non-renderable, which is also another thing I need to do. We need to turn all these off and make it non-renderable. We don't want it to be visible, otherwise if we didn't make it non-renderable, you'd be able to see the physical trigger with just a gray, flat, solid color to it, and that would be kind of ugly. It's not very aesthetically appealing. So we want the trigger to be there, we just don't want it to be visible, I guess, as far as when you're playing through the map. So that's another thing I'll need to do. So that's pretty much all the adjustments I need to make. I do not, for now at least anyway, I want to adjust the translate. I'll leave it where it is. So that's been built in place, as we call it, I guess, as far as to build it with, in place, I guess, as far as where it is on the map. The main transform, once we bring this into our other i3D, which will have all these individual triggers into it as a whole, will be set to 0. So it'll be set to 0 map world. So it all makes sense once we get to that point. So let's save this one. That's step 1. So it's, again, it's going to be becoming a rinse and repeat with all these other triggers. So I'll have to do the same thing with all the other triggers as I did with this one. I want to overwrite that so we can close that one and open up the next one and rinse and repeat. Okay. Now we can't see it in the viewport because it's kind of off in the distance. So in this case, this one's right here. Just to kind of put it in highlight. So I don't want to mess with that translate for now because that's been built in place. Until we bring it into our main transform, I can load it up into the map and then we can see where we're at, and if it needs any adjustment from there, I'll adjust these individual pieces then. I don't want to mess with the main transform of it. If I do that, it's going to render everything that we did as far as useless. So we need to make it a trigger. Clear this out. Trigger. I know a lot of that, what I just said probably doesn't make any sense, but this is kind of what I like to do. These are the ABCs of how the channel works here on Saturdays as far as to be creative. I tend to get a little bit descriptive. Doesn't mean you have to do anything with that information other than just understand that there's a lot of going on with it. Alright, so that's set up right. I need to set this up as non-renderable. And also, this is just my OCD part. I don't like it having this look, I guess, as far as when it's non-renderable. So this part here is just all of this stuff that I did up here as far as to set the non-renderable and the bit set is definitely critical. Definitely critical. Okay, let's save that one. Yes, please. Alright. Next one. So again, another efficient workflow, I guess, as far as just to go through each one at a time. And just apply the same steps to it. Now the fact that I've only got the 17 of them in compared to the 150 some that I had before, much more greatly reduced. I don't know what the percentage of that would be. Reduction from 150 some down to 17. That's it's an incredible reduction. Now it's just going to come down to, as long as they work as we expect or intend, that's even better. That's going to be even better. There. Okay. And I do my OCD part. I could really skip this part actually as far as doing this, but can't help it. I've already done it to first few, so we're just going to keep doing it. All of this up here is definitely the most critical. Save that one as that one's number 3. Yes. Okay, I'm just gonna double check here real quick. Alright, we're doing good. Okay, 4 will be the next one. And just right on down the line. A lot of this does need to get done if we want to ensure when we test it in the game it's actually going to work as we intend it to. So, oh, I think I forgot to make that other one a trigger. Shoot, I mean, open up 3 again. I don't remember if I did that or not. Non-renderable. Open that one back up just to double check. I don't remember if I made that a trigger or not. I don't think I did. That's definitely critical. We need to have it marked as a trigger, otherwise it definitely won't work. Okay. Okay, that one should be good. That one's number 4. Let me open up number 3 again just to double check that one. Gotta backtrack this for a second. Just need to double check that that is set to trigger. It is not, so I'm glad I did check that. Yeah, this would have probably not worked if I didn't double check that. So it has to be collision and trigger with that bit set. otherwise it will not work. Alright, so that's number 3. Okay. Now 5, we already did 4. Cool. Okay, rigid body. Trigger. Clear that bit set out. We need 30, 23, 22, 21. That bit set. So we need that hex to it. This is basically a hex. That's the decimal and hex code, I guess, as far as the game understands when it comes to bit sets for that collision. Okay, so collision. Okay, so we just need to make it non-renderable. And my OCD part. .8 and make these 0. Okay, so let's double check again. So we got that. Okay. Good to go. So that's number 5. Yep, Mambo number 5. Cool. Now I'm not taking the initiative, I guess, as far as to, you know, actually make sure it's viewable, and I don't need to worry about that. I know it's there, right? It just doesn't show up in the viewport. I know it's there because it's built in place. So if you're kind of wondering, it's like, why is there nothing in the viewport? That's why. Alright, so number 6. Come on. Alright, so rigid body, collision. Clear that. 30, 20, 21. Okay. Okay, make it non-renderable. And my OCD part. Okay. Okay. Save that one as number 6. We're about halfway done. Seven. So I'm taking the initiative to just kind of rename this the shape name, just so that it's not quite as long. The way more of it shows up, I guess, as far as in the name. I mean, you can make these bigger and all that. That might be a little bit more of an OCD thing too. I don't really need to do that, but it's kind of force I have it. Alright, so we'll make these non-renderable. Body, collision. For those bits, we need 30, 23, 22, 21. That bit set, nice. The offer still stands, I guess, as far as for the game giveaway, I guess, as far as for getting the follower. We hit that follower while I was offline since Wednesday. It's pretty cool. So if we get enough interaction there, feel free to tell all your friends. If you're hanging out, lurking, liking what you see here, make sure you let everybody know we got a potential game giveaway going on here, just to show my appreciation for all the support on the channel. That one's number 7. Okay, so that's number 7. Next is number 8. A lot of rinse and repeat, that's for sure. Pretty solid workflow, though, I feel. Alright, so I need it to be a trigger. Clear that out. 30, 23, 22, 21. Good. Collision trigger. Make this non-renderable. Sweet. Let's save that one as number 8. Yeah. On to number 9. Is there a Mambo number 9? I don't think there is. Can I get some confirmation on that? Maybe? Y'all being pretty quiet. That's a 9. You're being too quiet, actually. What's everybody up to out there? I know it ain't probably anything close to what I'm doing, that's for sure. Unless if you are, feel free to share. So that one's number 9. Number 10 coming up. No takers? No answers? Okay. Number 10. Yeah. That one's number 10. Breaking them down. We got 7 more to do. It's nice when you get to the finish line on these types of things, that's for sure. Body, collision, trigger. Clear that out. 30. Non-renderable. That one's number 11. Number 12. I'm surprised that the stream is still actually holding up. I'm gonna be quite honest. Is anybody still out there? Let me know if you're still out there. Y'all worry me sometimes as far as when nothing's said, because I feel like I'm out here by myself. Let's see. So if we do, okay. Non-renderable. Tapping the mic, is this thing on? Y'all go fall asleep on me? I don't blame y'all, if that's the case. Got to rename this is all. That one's number 12. Five more to do. That was 12. 13. We're getting there. Collision. Trigger. Yes. Okay. So the anxiousness is actually building up, the excitement to be able to test this out once we get it done. It's definitely starting to build for me. That was number 13. $14 coming up. Only a few more to do. Y'all see kind of the rinse and repeat process here? It creates something we want to do that, make this non-renderable. Alright, files, save as. That one is number 14. Awesome sauce. 15 coming up. And we only have a couple more. Whoop, number 15. So it'll be a little bit easier once we go ahead doing all this step. We'll be able to import those into our main i3D for all of our triggers in totality. That process will be much simpler. We're kind of prepping them, I guess, as far as to bring them into. That's about all. So we got that trigger, that 30, 20, that. Cool. Make it non-renderable. Let's say this, and that one is number 15. Only 2 more left. Down to the nitty-gritty. Coming to the finish line. I see the checker flag in view. Such a sense of satisfaction. Non-renderable. Okay, that's number 16. One more left. Whoops. Don't be freaking out on me yet. We're almost done. Alright, last one that we need to set all the parameters to it. So, okay. Then we need to run renderable. What's the whoops for? What whoops? When did I say whoops? Is there that much delay? I know I probably said whoops a while ago. I made it. Hopefully there's not that much delay. See, what do I got here? Let me refresh. Holy crap, is that right? So the Twitch timer is saying 4 hours and 13 minutes, and my OBS timers is 4 hours and 9 minutes. Is there that much delay? I hope not. That'd be nasty. Yeah, so I said whoops a long time ago. As far as what I was doing here, so non-renderable. Got that set, cool. Yeah, I hope there's not that much delay. Otherwise, I've been talking to myself for quite a while. Yeah, so the same time that you see on the uptime at the bottom of the screen, as far as the 4 hours 9 minutes, my Twitch timer is actually saying 4 minutes 14. So that's kind of crazy. You type slow on the tablet? Oh, I got you. That's quite slow, though. You see that differential, though? It's probably a good 5 minutes. It's like, what the heck? I don't know why that is. Anyway, so we're on our last trigger that we need to adjust. Let's make sure we got everything set. That. Don't want to miss any step. We got non-renderable, and just got to do this. Okay. Good. 0. It's good to know you're still here, 0. Yeah, so. And we probably got a lot of lurkers as well. Okay. So that's the last trigger. File, save as. Save that. Cool beans. Now what we can do. I'm going to close this out. I do believe I still got the map open. Oh, I don't. Nope. So this is what I wanted to get to next. So this is where we got to bring all those triggers that we just saved into this deal. So what I'm going to do is actually chunk out all of this and just keep. This is the only one I know I need to keep. Well, I didn't realize this was on. Well, I'll be damned. Okay, so that's why it's doing that. I'm going to leave that one set just the way it is because I know that one works. I didn't realize I still had that. Okay, no problem. Anyway, I need to chunk these out. Yep, let's chunk these guys out. And bring in all our new triggers that we just set up into this main deal here. Alright, so import. This process here will be a little bit quicker. It's going to be a matter of copy pasta, paste. Nice. All right, cool. Import number 2. Got that. Paste it in the main transform. Let's put it into position. Nice. So it's probably not really going to matter if I sort these out there, but because I've got these sequentially numbered, I'm just doing it more or less for clarity in our scene graph. So when we open this up there, we know what the heck's going on. I don't want them all out of order. This just looks sloppy. So again, it might be a little bit of OCD, I guess, as far as that's doing that. Let's import number 3. And plus it gives me clarity, I guess, as far as which one I need to bring in next. As you can probably see how this works now. Okay, import number 4. As you can see, this goes much faster in this step. I don't need to do anything else to it other than just to put it in order. And Mambo number 5. Rinse and repeat. A lot of that happens. Oh wow, did I step on that one? That one's supposed to be number 5. Whoops, I must have, let me rename that real quick. Is that one set up right? That one's good. Yep, still good. Alright, cool. So I just stepped on the name of it a little bit is all. Not a biggie. It's all Gucci. Number 6. Okay. 6, that's good. Just checking everything, making sure. 7. Number 8. Number 9. I am starting to get hungry too. Most of you out there probably already ate, didn't you? What do we have if you did have something to eat? I need some ideas as far as what I'm gonna have for some supper, some dinner after I get off here. I need some suggestions. Let me know what you had. That's number 10. Number 11. Alright, cool. Yeah, this went much faster. 12. $13. Knocking them right out. Oh, you're having sloppy joes? Oh, that sounds good. Making lasagna for tomorrow. Kids like it. I make it the day before. Oh, wow. That sounds amazing. I don't know if I got anything to make sloppy joes. I might have some meat left over from Taco Tuesday. Might have to do something with that. I'll have to double check. I don't know if I do or not. I might have used them all up. I only usually buy like a pound of ground beef and or ground turkey. Gets as far as at a time. So I'll have to look and see if I do. 14. That sounds amazing though. Yeah, definitely I can confirm. Lasagna the second day, as far as the leftovers, tastes even better. Even better. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just the sauce and whatever tends to just like marinate the noodles or what the deal is. It's just, oh, stuff is so good. So 15 was next, right? Yeah. Okay, got that. Sloppy joes though. Did you have anything else with the sloppy joes? You have to like fried potatoes or anything special? So we got 16. And see, our sloppy joe is pretty simple. Ground beef, ketchup, some paprika, salt, pepper, and a bit of brown sugar. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's a pretty legit sloppy joe recipe. Yes, that sounds banging. Banging. Yeah, there ain't nothing simple about that. That's yeah, that's slamming. You had steamed veggies, nice. Alright, we got one more to bring in. And we're done with importing out all of our parts. Now, we'll have to adjust our XML. We'll double check once we get this one in here to see how many lines we need to have. I think we just need to add one line. Should be just one line. Let's put this in this place. Alright, let's double check and see how many lines we have. So we got 1, 17, so we need 18 lines actually. We need to add one more line. Not a big deal, so let's do that. So 0 through 17, 18 lines. So the game is going to be able to determine. Now, if we were to leave a line out, it would just ignore one of the nodes in there. Now, if we put too many lines in here and there's no shape for it to actually line up on the trigger, it would actually throw an error. So depending on if it were to throw an error, in most cases, if it throws an error in our game log, that would mean we probably have too many lines. Shouldn't have that problem here. But that just to help you just troubleshooting us as far as if you get an error, chances are you got too many lines and not enough shapes. If it doesn't throw any errors whatsoever, but yet one of the triggers doesn't work, that means you don't have enough lines. Okay. Alright, so we're all good with our XML work. Let's go ahead and save that. And also save up our i3D. Now, we can see, if I highlight this main transform, let me zoom this out. Let's see. There's all of our triggers. All in place. So let's just make sure. So you got this small pond. This is the other one that we already had previously in here that I know it works. This is over at the industrial park. So there's a hydrant of sorts. That's why I've got it named as hydrant. So it's got a sign over at the industrial park that says, you know, you can pump water from the river. You can still go up to the river's edge and still pump from there too. So it's kind of maybe a little bit of redundancy, but if you don't feel like backing your trailer up onto the river's edge, you can get it from the pump, quote unquote pump there, the hydrant or whatever that's there. So yeah, there's all of our triggers in place. Why do we got a gap there? Doesn't seem right. Hold on a second. Should not. I know there should. Whoa. Why do we got gaps in here? That doesn't seem right. Oh, wait a minute here. Hold on. This is out of position here, it seems. What the heck is going on here? Alright, hold on. Which ones are out of order? So this one looks good. Huh. Some of these seem to be out of position, so I'll probably have to bring these into the map and actually make sure they're in the right spot. I'm thinking some of these got out of whack somehow. Alright, so that's going to be the next step anyway. So let's go ahead and save this up. I can already tell right off the bat here, some of these here are out of position. Yeah. I don't know why that is, but yeah, we'll bring it into the map and we'll actually see what's going on with that. Let's save this as this. Yep. And we'll be able to import that into the map and see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. Alright, so let's close this. If nothing else, we'll just have to reposition some of those into place. Sometimes when you apply, yeah, when you reset the X transform, like we were doing within Max, sometimes it tends to throw them off for some reason. I didn't think it was just, so this is the way it should have looked. But the fact that we did see some of them kind of over here, I don't know why that was. That was kind of strange. Alright, anyway, let's go ahead and close this down. Let's go ahead and reset this. We don't want to save it there. We already got our starting scene already saved up before we started exporting things out. So we're good there. Alright, let's close that. Now we need to open up our map. And again, we're going to cross our fingers to make sure that the stream doesn't die on us. We've done good so far. We've gone over 4 hours. That's pretty good. So if you're following the channel, just cross the fingers. Kind of keep the video playback, I guess, as far as active too. Okay. Let's open up the map. Hopefully it doesn't kill the stream. It shouldn't, but we're hopeful. So taking a second to load up the map, and we'll be able to import our waterfall triggers. And like I said, if nothing else, if we have to move those into position where they should be, we'll just do that. You can get a little bit of a preview, I guess, as far as what's been done to the map up to this point. So for those that have been patiently sticking around to see what the map looks like, I know you've been staring probably with droopy eyes, I guess, as far as just watching me work on the triggers, the free water source triggers, but appreciate that. So you can kind of get a sense of where we're at right now. So here it is in town. So now what we'll do is we'll import our waterfall triggers, and let's check out the positioning of those. We need to open up this guy. Check our placement. Okay, let's see where we're at. So that's the main transform there. So I know one of the things, so there's the hydrant one. Okay. That one seems to be in the right spot. Let's move this up. So I don't want to move it up necessarily on this transform. That's the other thing. So I want to move these up independently. I need to leave this main transform. Whoops. I need to leave this main transform at 0. I do not want to adjust that, but I can really quick just to kind of get an idea where everything's at. But I definitely want to make sure I put it back to 0 on this one. See, there's all of our triggers. Yeah, see, some of these got thrown out of whack for some reason. I don't know why. So, majority of them are in the right spot, you can see. Yeah, but definitely some of these got thrown out of whack. I'm not really sure why. This is all good. Interesting. Yeah, it's just these over here did. Okay. So if nothing else, we'll just move those into position independently. And we can probably see what's going on in our scene afterwards, but everything's there, so that's good. You can see how they landed right in position here for the most part, other than these few over here. Cool. So let's put this back to 0. And what we can do, since we did kind of label these, so number 1's over here, and we'll pay attention to what we're raising it up to, and then we can raise these relatively the same. Alright, so let's move this one up. And again, you kind of get the sense of how this would work. So when you come to the water's edge, you'll be able to back up onto the edge. So like, for example, you can get up on this dock and actually fill water. You can see where that boundary is for that. So even over at the lake, now you'll have to buy this land to have access to it. Be able to get that there, but kind of get the idea. Alright, so that one we went up. That. I don't want to make it too high. I just want to make it high enough so that when you do back up and you're able to touch that trigger. Okay, so we'll move this one up. See how it follows it? That's freaking, that's gorgeous. I'd love to see it. Nice. Now the fact that I can adjust these all independently, I want to kind of probably put these all at the same level. Let me check and see what this one's at. I'll copy this value. There we go. Cool. Next. Yeah, so it's just a little bit below the map because the way I built it in place or whatever. So that's really about the only thing. With the exception to those few that are on the end of this one here. I don't know why those got out of place. Not really sure what that's all about. Okay. So far, so good. Nice. Okay, this is where it gets a little out of out of whack here. So let's see, 15. Yeah, this one's way over here for some reason. Okay, I don't know why it did that. Huh. Okay, so I'm taking note, I guess, as far as which ones it did that to. I may not have reset the X-form on that. So even if I was to see where the gizmo is, even if I was to put this visually into place, it's not going to sense that trigger into the right spot. So I probably need to redo that one there. Alright, so that's one we need to redo. Let's check this one out. Oh my. Okay, this is going. So that's part of the creek. So 5 and 6 need to be redone. Okay, 5 and 6 so far. What about 7? So 5, 6, and 7 so far. Yeah, so the gizmo is where it needs to be, but the actual shape is not. So I'm thinking I might have screwed up with how I redid the X-form, possibly. We'll load that up in Max and take a look. A little bit of a boo-boo there. So what about 8? Well, 8's out of place. So the gizmo is where it needs to be, but the shape is not. What about 9? 9's good. So we got from 5 to 8 we need to check. Okay. Fair enough. So this is where it needs to be. This is what it should look like. Alright, so let's get the rest of these into position. Yeah, we'll get the rest of these into position. We'll go from there. So 10. Okay. Yeah, all of these should be good. So it's 5 through 8. Let me actually mark. Yep. Okay, 5 through 8. Remember that. Here, let me do this. Just so I don't forget. We'll mark it from 5 to 8. It's going to put a little star after those so I know which ones to check. I'm thinking that probably has something more to do, I guess, as far as with the X-form on those. The fact that all these are good. So far, we're looking good. Well, with the rest of them. Cool. Alright. This one we had to chunk it out quite a bit. Okay, that's looking good. So here's one of the bridges that I was talking about, where it's got the split and the trigger. You wouldn't want to be able to draw water right from the bridge. At least in my head, I guess, as far as that wouldn't be fair, because obviously you'd be above the water. You can see where the water level's at. So you have to be actually at river, creek level, I guess, as far as to be able to get that out of there. This one seems a little low. Might have to move that up just a little more. It is a little bit deeper on this one here, though, but I think... Okay, might have some adjustment I'll need to make in that one. For now, that'll do. From the model level, at least, anyway. Okay. Cool. So far, I think that should work. Let's see how we're doing here. Whoop. That's not too bad, so... Oh wow, that's over a little bit. So I might have some adjustment I need to make in the model itself, I guess, as far as stuff. You can see how narrow this is. So in some cases I tend to go a little bit more obscure, I guess, as far as, you can see how much it overhangs on one side. I don't want to shove that over in here because it's gonna throw it off, I guess, as far as on other parts of it. Yeah, mainly over here by the lake. So I'll take note, I guess, as far as where I see that ending up here, and I'll just adjust in the model. I'll do that afterwards. This will be good to test, at least anyway. Alright, so our last piece is this little pond over here. Yep, this little pond right there. Let's bring that up. That's to be able to draw water from that pond. Nice. So for the most part, other than those few pieces that I've already got tagged, those I definitely want to fix before we even go into the game and test. Because that's a little bit too far out of whack. That's for sure. Where are those at? Right over here. So these over here definitely need to get fixed. These need to get fixed. Yeah, so all these we got tagged, we need to go back into. So I'm going to save and export this out for now. Okay, and we'll save it as that. Yes, please. Okay. And we still got those tagged in there, so we can delete that out. Now, we didn't do anything to the map. This is totally a separate component of the map itself. It will load in with the map, as far as via that XML that we created, right? But we didn't do anything to the map other than just to confirm that the positioning of them was correct. So we can close the map out. We do not want to save that. The only reason why it's asking me to save is because I moved the previous position that I saved the map in, as far as in the viewport. So that's all going to go. So let's close that section of the editor out. Let's open up our starting scene for our models there and fix number 5 through 8. Obviously those were a little out of whack. So even with that, let's go into our triggers that we created and purge some of those out. So let's do this. We'll do that, and we'll want to keep in 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those are the only ones we need to replace. Delete the rest of them. Cool. So that'll confirm in here that those are the ones that we still need to fix. So let's load up our scene that we already previously saved and see what we got going on with those. Whoops, wrong one. Oh, that was right. Maps. Go to our scene. Is right here. There's our starting scene, I guess, as far as for all that. And the only thing we need to mainly focus on is 5, 6, 7, and 8. So that's one of them. Alright, let's see what we did wrong here. We know, let's affect the pivot center. That's good. Let's so did we not do the X form? Let's check that out. So do reset. Selected. Okay. I may not have done that step. I don't remember. So we're just going to confirm and make sure that we did. Collapse that. Especially after we confirm that the X form is good to go. Alright, so that was number 5. So number 6. Okay, there's number 6. Let's confirm the pivot. Okay, that's good. X form. Set X form. So selected. Okay, I'm almost thinking I might have missed resetting the X form on these. I'm pretty sure that's probably what happened. I might have figured I would come back and do those later, and I just never did. Okay. So hopefully this does. By doing this, this will actually fix, I guess, the problem I have with the location of these. So there's number 7. I'll just confirm the pivot, and also the X form. Nope, not that. Selected. There we go. Collapse all. Hold in yes. Just a few adjustments that we had to make in these. That's all. It's bound to happen sometimes. So that's number 7 and number 8. So it's only a few of them that we had to come in here and double check. So back to the center. Okay, so that one definitely shifted a little bit, so I guess I missed that one. Set the X form. Okay. Collapse the wall. Hold yes. See, so that's what will happen with what you witnessed, I guess, as far as how we brought those pieces in there, and see how far out of whack they were when we brought them into our Giants editor. When you don't reset the X form, that's what will happen. So I think that's probably what I did. Everything else was lining up beautifully, so I'm going to have to bounce, so direct. Have a great day. Oh, no problem there, you asshole. Appreciate you sticking around. I'm still going to keep going, I guess, as far as to get this tested in the game, but so far it's looking pretty good once we get these fixed. So with all that done, very much appreciate it. I know it's getting to that time where everybody's starting to wind down. That's very understandable. Appreciate the lurkers. We didn't get a chance to do our game giveaway, because I guess maybe we'll save it for Wednesday. We'll be streaming again on Wednesday here on the channel. Continuing the playthrough, Monbazoo. We've got some more updates to do. We're probably going to get the lift kit. Probably get the lift kit on the truck. So if you want to catch any of that, as long as all the other hijinks and shenanigans going on in Monbazoo, feel free to tune on Wednesday, and maybe we'll have a little bit more interaction, I guess, as far as to do that game giveaway, I guess, as far as for all those that did follow the channel. Is looking good. Yeah, it did turn out pretty good so far with those little hiccups, I guess, as far as those few pieces that we had to fix here. I'm going to resave this scene with all those adjustments that we just made. So that's our new starting scene, and the only thing we need to focus on is just those. So 5, 6, 7, and 8. Just those four shapes. Yep. Alrighty then. So let's we got it saved. Let's take these items out. Okay. We'll do select all. So we'll start with 5. Mambo number 5. So that's the first one we need to deal with. We did confirm that we redid the X form on it, so that should be good in theory. So let's export that one out. Yeah, just lost my thought there. So let's do number 5. We're gonna overwrite this one. I know it's got all the settings into that one. We'll have to redo them. It's the only downside to it. I already know what the settings are, so it's not that I need any information out of it. So it's all good. Just left those in there so I knew which ones that I needed to do yet as far as the export. Alright, so bring everything back. We'll do number 6. Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. Number 6. Delete everything else, so that's that piece. Export that one out. Yep. And okay, bring everything back. Number 7. That out, so that piece. Export. Number 7. And number 8. So hopefully, if nothing else, you get those of you that are still tuning in, as far as you kind of see some of the things that you got to deal with when you're creating these types of things. It's not always like a click, click, boom, and it's done. Sometimes you have to go back and see where you messed up, I guess, as far as go and fix that. This should be a pretty simple fix, actually. So once we bring these back in, after we save these and bring them back into our main i3D, everything should be where it's supposed to go. If everything checks out. That's, again, got the cross fingers emote, I guess, as far as to make sure that is the case. Okay, we need to export. This is going to be number 8. Yes. Alright. Full beans. We'll leave that right there like it is. Let's go ahead. Go through the same process that we did before for these 4 new items. We just gotta rinse and repeat, I guess, as far as on these, like we already did prior. Give it a second for that editor to load. Come on, baby. There you go. Okay, we need number 5. Okay. I'm pretty confident at this point that it's going to put it where it needs to be. So let's do this one here. We'll bring it into our... And we'll try that out just to make sure. And then kind of go from there. So we'll clear this out. Good. And we need to make it non-renderable. And we'll just apply this. So I'll just do this to the 1 for starters. And then we'll confirm that it did actually put it in the right spot. And that'll at least give us the clue that that's just the step we missed as far as to reset the X1 model. Okay, so we'll save that one as number 5. Mambo number 5. Okay. Now we'll go ahead and open up our main field trigger i3D and replace number 5 with that new one. Okay, we'll import our new number 5 and cut that, paste, and we'll move that right to there. Cool. Now if I highlight all these, let's do this. Gonna put it in the right spot. Looks like it did. So that's our new position right there. Oh, actually it's this one. Hold on. This was the old position, which was out of shape. You can see where that gizmo is? Look at where it is now. This is the one we fixed. So highlighting it over again, this is where it should have been in the first place. Yep, so now that definitely did fix that. So this was the old position before we fixed it. This is where we fixed it. Yep, and also to confirm, we can see the gizmo is right on top of it, where it should be. So this one we can chunk out. We don't need that one anymore. Alright, so now we can do the same for 6, 7, and 8. Alright, so I'm going to save this one for now. We know that's good. So we can do that with the other 3 and be assured that those are going to be put in the right spot. In their proper orientation. Yes, let's overwrite that. Alright. Now we can open up 6 and apply the same as we did to number 5. Yep, so I definitely must have missed, I guess, as far as just applying that reset X form, I guess, as far as for that to put it way out of whack like it did. Not a big deal. Okay. Number 6. Alright, we need it as a trigger. Nope, leave it static. What am I doing? Yeah. Got lost there for a second. Alright, so we need to go clear. 30. That. Awesome. And then make it non-renderable. Fix this up. Alright, save that one. That's going to be number 6. The new number 6. We'll do the other 2, and then we'll bring them all in. To our other main i3D. Number 7. I will need to make further adjustments that you've seen there as far as when we brought it into the map. You can see in some places it's kind of overshooting, I guess, as far as past, I guess, as far as the creek and all that. So there are some further adjustments I'll have to make. I'll do those all post-stream. You know, just to kind of fine-tune that. But you can all hopefully get the idea, I guess, as far as of how nice and accurate those are based on that map terrain. Okay, clear this out. Okay. Good. Collision trigger. We need to make it non-renderable. And fix up the material. Okay, so that one's number 7. And one more to fix. When you do this enough time, you just kind of get used to it. You get into a mode type. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to close that. Dang it. Got a little ahead of myself. I'm telling ya. So it's been kind of the norm here. We always roll into about 5 hours into this deal. But it's all much needed. It's all work that still needs to be done if we want to see this map to completion. Alright, so this is the last one we need to do. As far as to fix it up. Alright, rigid body. Collision. Reset these bits. Cool. We need to make it non-renderable. And just fix up the material. Alright, cool. Save that one. Now we just need to re-import these back into our main waterfill i3D. Waterfill trigger i3D. So let's open that. Let's go ahead and open that up next and reinsert those. So we already did number 5. We only need to do 6, 7, and 8. Yep. So 5 has already been replaced. 6 is what we'll do next. I'm going to leave this one in here for now, just to confirm that I did put it in the right spot. We'll do number 6. Put that in position. So put the new number 6 on there. So let's highlight all the triggers. Alright, so our new one is right there. The old one is right there. So if we highlight, the new one should be in that spot. That's where it needs to be. Not there. So here's the old one. Here's the new one. If you look at it entirely, that's where that one should be. That one's confirmed. Again, I guess as far as I've got it in the right spot. Get rid of that guy. We fixed that one. So number 7. Alright. That's our new one. Put that. Put that in position. It's our new number 7. Now if we look at all of our triggers, so our old number 7 is right there. New number 7 is right there. If you look at all of our triggers, that's in this. So you gotta get the idea. So number 8 is gonna show up right there. Our corrected one anyway. So we can get the old number 7 out. That is no good. Alright, number 8. So we haven't been able to see that a lot of times. So when I go through the motions, as I mentioned, just kind of a little bit of a summary. When I redo that X form, that's what it's fixing. As far as, so it makes sure that it puts it in the proper position when you bring it back into your 0 translate of your main transform. Otherwise, if you don't do that, it's going to throw it way out somewhere where it doesn't belong. So that's why I always clarify, as far as the reasoning for resetting that X form after you modify the model, especially all the chopping up that we did. It definitely makes it necessary to have to reset that X form to make sure that the center of where that object is where it's expected to be, for just to put it simply. Alright, so we need to cut this and put it in our main transform. And just put it in position. There's that, and there. Now we got everything where it needs to be. At least I think. Hold on. Oh, you know... Oh, I know what else is going on here. So we still got the height that we got to deal with as far as to move it up or down. And I think for the most part it was usually up. So that's the only thing else that's going to be off. But for the most part it's all still right there. So there's our old one. Get that out of there. Alright, now we'll resave that. Now we got everything more or less in position. We still got to adjust it. So bring it back into the map and adjust the height of those. I could probably, even with that said, I can go by the height of these here. Let's just, we can do that too. So we can grab this height and just apply it to all these. Let's do that. Without even bringing it into the map. I'm still going to bring it into the map, but whether I do it here or once we bring it into the map, I guess it doesn't matter. I'll just bring them up this way. So once we bring it back into the map, we'll be able to confirm that everything is where it should be. Cool. There we go. There is all of our triggers. Okay. So we will save that over this. Cool beans. And we can close that out. And I'm going to do some cleanup in here. Don't need all this. The only thing we need to keep is our main water fills trigger i3D and our XML, which we already did the XML work for. Cool. Let's load this up into the map. Just to confirm position. I'm pretty confident it's going to be fine. Let's just make that confirmation. Let's go to maps. Load up the map. Alrighty then. Give this a second to load up. But now we're getting to the nitty gritty here, so we're closing in on that 5-hour mark. Almost kind of right on time, I guess, as far as well, being able to get into the game and actually test these triggers out in the game. Alright, so we want to open up the map and bring in that waterfall trigger. Whoops, I can go back far enough. Okay. Taking a little second for the map to load. There we go. Cool. So we're only using this for reference, I guess, as far as for the map. So let's go ahead and import our waterfall triggers. And we're only confirming at this time that it's all good to go. Now the fact it's all at 0 and everything else was basically built in place, there's nothing more we need to do, I guess, as far as with that main transform. Just bring it in, and everything should be right there. Alright, so let's just confirm over here. It looks like everything's sound. Yep, so here's the trigger that shows up for the hydrant over here at the industrial park, as I was mentioning. That's its own trigger. You can still go to the river's edge and pull from there. If you don't want to do that, if you just want to do it, stay dry and stay up on the ground there, you can just pull from that one. There is a sign that's actually here that lets you know you can pull from that. That's just another way, and that's a free water source as well. It's all in the same same grouping. Yep, so you can't pull from the bridge. Yep, so everything is in position here, where it's expected to be. Cool beans. Nice, so all these were kind of out of whack over here. So this one, I don't think I put on this bridge, I didn't actually put a gap in there, but I think that's low enough to the point where it should be good. Even if you go over the bridge, it shouldn't let you draw from there. We'll test that out in the game to actually confirm that. That's one of the places we'll go to and test it out, amongst others. But yeah, it's looking good. Cool beans. Alright, so that was just to confirm. That's all we did there, so let's go ahead and do a new. Don't want to save that. Okay, that was only to confirm. So really the only thing we need to do is bring over our water fill triggers over to our map in the game. So this ought to be fun. This is where we get to enjoy the fruits of our labor and check everything out, make sure everything's working like it's intended and expected to. Let's switch this on over. I got everything loaded up on the other side. Okay then. Turn this down. Let's got some audio to adjust here. So here we are over at main PC here. What do we got going on here? Close that up. Let's get over to our edit window. Gotta move some stuff over, and it's just going to be the i3D for all of our triggers and our XML. We need to bring it over to our mods folder to our game so we can actually utilize it. Okay, so the better part of 5 hours into this, and here we are. So let's go into that. Water fill triggers, so we need all of this. Nothing but 3 files. Bring that right over to our map. The same location. Placeable triggers. We're going to overwrite these. These are the ones that do not work, but like we want them to. That's why we don't need those anymore, so we're good. Okay. Are you ready? Let's cross the fingers just to make sure this is going to work right. Let's do it. I'm going to cross the fingers. Let's get it going. Let's get the train going. Okay. I'm anxious but yet nervous at the same time because if this doesn't work, it's kind of like, oh man, I would be a little bit upset. I won't deny it. Let's load the game up. Nothing hurts more, I guess, as far as when you put a bunch of work into it and it doesn't work the way you hoped it would. Alright, so I do got game sounds kind of turned down. At least on my end anyway. Hold on. I might have them a little bit loud on y'all's end. Hold on. Turn that down just a tad. I do need to turn it up on my end though, that's for sure. Give me a second. There we go. Okay, so we need to load up a new save game. We're going new farmer on our Dairyland map. Now, bring up the devlog. We shouldn't get any warnings or errors. If we do, then we definitely got a problem that we got to address there. Crossing our fingers, that doesn't happen. So we got the one there, that's for the animal food. That's been a recurring issue. All the animal food, I guess as far as the mechanics of it works, it just comes down to, and I know I say this over and over again for everybody that does watch these, but whenever you tend to edit the default mechanics to the food in Farm Sim, it always throws that warning. I haven't figured out yet, I guess, as far as how to eradicate, I guess, as far as that warning, I guess, as far as in the log. So far, everything's loading up clean. Besides that, that's good. Alright, awesome sauce, so no other errors. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Love to see it. Alright, let's go ahead, confirm our character, and we want to turn off autosave while we're in testing. We don't need that to save. Alright, so let's buy ourselves a water trailer. So we're gonna buy ourselves a truck. So when I'm doing this, I'm using modded stuff, I guess, as far as when I do this. There is this favorite mod of mine, I guess, as far as I've been using. It's on the official mod hub. This tanker right here. Highly suggested, I guess, as far as for this. It has configurations for 2 different capacities. So by default, it's 40,000. You can also get a 100,000. We got a lot of other configurations to it. Nice liquid trailer, so it handles anything that's liquid by default in the game. I've modified this one, I guess, as far as to also handle methane. So that's the only modification I've made. But other than that, methane by default, as far as in the game, isn't something that is transportable. It's only used, I guess, as far as to. There's only one tractor that I know that's in the game, I guess, as far as that. But I'm kind of going off on a tangent, but anyway, this This liquid trailer is tanker trailer IMT 525. That's on official mod hub. By default is a nice liquid trailer. So that's what we're going to use first to test this out. So let's get into our truck that we just leased and see what we got here. So the problem that I was having prior to making all this change is immediately as I hooked up to the trailer, it was allowing me to fill with water. So that was one of the problems I was having initially. Okay, so this is a good sign. So the fact that in the hood, I don't have the option to fill right away. So it's already looking pretty good. Alright, so let's go over to the water. And one of the first places I'll check here is right here by the port, where the barge spawns. You get a little bit of taste, I guess, as far as the rest of the map, too. For those that are still sticking around. As far as its progress so far. So we can go here by this dock. Oop, that's a sign. Don't worry about that. County will put that back. Alright, so we can, we should be able to load up right here. So far, so this was the problem I was having. Prior to getting to the actual water's edge, it was allowing me to fill. Right? As it stands now, we should have to go right into the water, and there's our filling. Nice, so that is working. So there's your free water source. That is, so you do have to, you know, get the trailer in there, I guess, as far as quite a bit, and that's to be expected. You don't have to go right into the water, but you had to get close to that water's edge. The other problem I was having, let's continue to drive around here. As I drove all around the map, it was giving me the option to fill. So the fact that we're not getting that anymore is definitely a very good sign that we did something right. All that work seems to be paying off. So if we drive down here, we're continuing not to have the option to fill. I'm going to drive through this field too, just to make sure. So far so good. Oh yeah, this is definitely turning out to be a pretty good test. Yep, see, we're still not getting the option to fill. So one of the other places I want to check is over by the industrial park and that bridge that I was showing in the editor. See if it gives us the option to fill there. Alright, so far this is really looking good. So I didn't show this on stream, but I was explaining it. Whenever I was driving on these roads, like I am right now, it was giving me the option to fill. With the way I had it previously designed before we chopped it all up. So yeah, that was definitely not good. So yeah, this is definitely turning out to be a very good test. Alright, so we got a bridge coming up here. I don't even think I put a gap in this part. Let's go find out. So we got a little bit of an overpass right here. Let's see if it gives us the option to fill. It does not. So if we, that's good. Alright, so if we go to the water's edge here, and that other bridge is just down the creek here. It's just right up there. So let's see if this will give us the option to fill. Back this up into the water's edge. Maybe? Might be too low. Okay, so that might be a little too low. I might have to adjust that. Yeah. Even with that, it should let me fill that. So it might be a little too low. If nothing else, I might need a little bit of adjustment there. Let me bring up the... Hold on. Bring up the trigger here. So it's there. It's just a little low. That little orange mark, I guess, as far as it there. So it is there. Talking down here. So I'm not really sure why it's not letting me fill there. Yeah, so you can see that all right there. Let's go over this bridge. Check that out. So yeah, this is definitely turning out pretty good. So Is it gonna let me fill over the bridge? Oh, what's if I stay on the bridge? Alright, nope. Alright, cool. Let's see if we can back up into this creek. Did give me the option to fill. Well, yeah, I might have to bring that up a little bit higher. Yep, so yeah, it's down there pretty far. You almost have to get way down into that. So I might just bring that up a little bit. It's a little bit of adjustment to bring that up a little. Not a huge problem. Oh crap, this might be a problem though. So it is there. Or is it be able to fill it? You just got to get it way down into the creek there. Might bring that up just a tad to make it a little bit more accessible. But it is there. Cool. Very nice. Alright, let's go down here. I want to check it out, I guess, as far as by the industrial park. So definitely over this bridge, we should not be able to fill and go over the bridge. Try that out. So far, pretty good test. So yeah, we got the split. You can see the edge of the trigger there. Edge of the trigger there. If we go over the bridge, we won't be able to fill from that, but we should be able to fill on the water's edge. Back this up into the water's edge. Much the same as it did on the other end of the river. There we go. See, so this one's a little bit easier to get to. As far as to get. Yep, so there's the filling. Cool. That's good there. Let's go check it over here at the hydrant. And also that dock that's over here. We shouldn't be able to fill necessarily from the dock, but let's see here. It might give us the option to be able to fill from the dock. Let's see. It does not. Alright, cool. That's what I wanted to check. So, you get on the dock, it will not. And that's kind of the way I wanted it. By default, I didn't really necessarily wanted to have it fill from the dock. That's good. But there is this hydrant that you can fill from here. Let's check that. So that does let you fill from there. This is the one I was talking about that has the sign of a pump right from the river. You can also, should be able to just back up the trailer. So if you're over here, and too lazy to go over to the pump there, just back the trailer right up into the water. You can't drown on these waterways either. That's probably another fair mention, but well, it's a little steep. Uh-oh. This is not giving me the option to fill. Why is that not giving me the option to fill? Okay. There might be some of them that I didn't set up as a trigger, possibly. I don't know. Okay, this one's not giving me the option to fill, so that's a problem. I'll have to see what's going on with that. That's probably why I wanted to check that. Oh, this is a little bit far off here, so there's probably some adjustment I still need to make to it. But for the most part, it seems to work pretty good. I figure if nothing else, the fail-safe to not being able to get water from the water's edge is you got the hydrant pump over here, which makes it a little bit easier. Let's try it over here. Just for giggles. Let's see what's up with this one. Let me fill here. Huh, not really sure what's up with those. That's not giving me the option to fill there at all. I wonder why. Again, it's not really that much of a big deal. I just figure if you're on the other side of the river, yeah, you'd be able to fill from there instead of having to go all the way around to get it at the hydrant. Let me see here. But we can't drown in this water. This is all for testing. So that's not giving me an option to fill there. I don't know why. So I'll have to check that. See what I did wrong there. Oh, we're stuck. Come on, lady. Definitely not giving me the option to fill here. Does it let me fill over here? So let me fill on the other side. So I may have not gotten the right collision on this part. I'll have to check. I might have messed up on the collision mask as far as for that in this area. Let's go all the way down the river here and just see which one. We'll drive all the way down here. Once it gives us the option to fill, then we'll kind of get an idea. So we know on the other end it's fine, and on the other side of the bridge. Go up this way and just see what's going on. This will just kind of give me a rough idea of where oh, that's where I screwed up. So I must have put the wrong collision mask from this point over. So I'll have to focus on that portion, I guess, as far as that's near the dock. So right there, it's still letting me fill. This is where it doesn't let me fill. So from that point over up to the bridge on the road, that's when I need to check that one. I'm guessing I probably just put the wrong collision mask on there. So everything else seems to work out. So it lets me fill on this side. Cool beans. Can I ride this up? Yeah, it'd be a little bit steep, I guess, as far as trying to pull that out of the water there, but it doesn't give you the option to be able to pump out of there, though. So that's all right. Cool. This is a pretty solid test. Glad it did work out. All that work was definitely, I think, worth it. So I do got some tweaking to do, I guess, as far as on the overall shape. You know, the access to it. Definitely in the creek is maybe a little too low. So I might have to bring those up a little bit, as well as to fix how much it overextends. So there was that one part in the creek. Let's go check that out real quick too. While we're in the testing mode. That's designed by default as far as to not so your vehicle doesn't get waterlogged, I guess, as far as that's by design. Again, this map is 100% multiplayer friendly, so if you get lag to the point where it does put your tractor or whatever in the water, you won't have to be worried, I guess, as far as okay, so we're just gonna cross over. We want to cross the map, I guess, as far as this way. I want to check out. Okay, there's this pond. This is looking good. Whoa, baby. Alright, let's see if this one works. That one's good. That one's pretty easy to get to. Nice. So this part of the creek over here looks like it's alright. We're just checking different areas here just to see where it's at. So far it only seems the one area there by the industrial park. Oh my god, turn. I don't have my steering wheel, I'm just using the keyboard and mouse, so that's the only reason why it's some crazy driving. Okay, let's try this out here. This trigger, part of the trigger over here looks promising. Yep, so that one you can get it. Oh crap, you gotta get down in there, but that's not too bad. Might have went a little bit farther than I needed to. Yep, so you can see where that one's at. That one's pretty accessible. Let's go down further this way so you can kind of see where that trigger's at. There in the creek. Cool beans, right? Whoa! A bit of a bump there. What that was showing. So you can see where all that is, that little orange box that's down in the creek. All through here should be accessible. Looking to see how much it overextends, I guess, as far as in some of these parts. So I know over here, in this end, there's that other bridge. I want to check that out. Yeah, see some of these spots over here, it's not quite in the right spot. So let's see if it lets us fill on the bridge. It does not. Alright, that's good. Let's see if we can fill in the creek here. Whoop. Yep, it does let us fill there. Oh, it was, but that... we were kind of down in there. Let's see here. Definitely might be some areas I need to just adjust the height of it. With the trigger, at least, anyway. Okay, let's just fill there. Okay, you gotta get way down in there. Like I said, I might be adjust the height just a little bit, so you don't have to go quite so far down in there. You want to get your vehicle stuck. I mean, you can still get out of there pretty easy, as you can tell, but what's going on over here? What the heck? This looks a little wonky down here. What in the world is happening down here? Oh, this definitely doesn't look right. So, this is part of what it was doing before. Yeah, so it's like it's overextending. Yeah, see, that's like, so I'm gonna have to fix this area. I already took note of this, I guess, as far as in when we brought the triggers into the map in the editor. Yeah, there's definitely some funky stuff going on in this part of it. See how it's letting us fill without actually getting in the creek? You can see all the orange lines. It shouldn't be going out this far. So it should probably turn off right there. Yep. So that definitely needs to get fixed. I gotta see what's going on with that. Oh, knocked one of the signs down. Yeah, so this part here, this is probably a good thing I did come over here and check that out. This definitely needs to get fixed. Yeah, there's something funky going on with this stretch here. See how it's letting us fill? This is the problem I was having prior to making all the adjustments for. So there's just that one part there. I guess I need to fix that. What's going on with that? Down over here looks fine. Alright, then you got the access to the lake. Yep, so there's that trigger in there. Cool. So I got a couple different areas for sure. You gotta check that collision mask over by the industrial park, and then this part over here. That whole shape, I guess, as far as it's kind of out of shape. Let's see if this, how far do we gotta get down in here? Yep. So you gotta get a little bit down in there, but yep, it does have a trigger. Yeah, I'll probably definitely making some adjustments to bring that up just a little bit farther, so you don't have to get quite so far down into there. But for the most part, considering this is a pretty good test. Also got a little bit of a chance, I guess, as far as to see a little preview of the map, as far as how it's coming along. Let's go ahead and shut off. That is not what I wanted. Wrong button. Turn off the triggers there. There we go. So you can see the map. Cool. So this is one of the cow farms that are in there by default. And as I've already mentioned, majority of these things can be used as they are with no further adjustment, or you can sell it off as far as you start from scratch. Most of all these items can be repurchased, like these barns and such. They can be repurchased in the store. So even if you do sell off the majority of the main farm layout there, you have the option, I guess, as far as, is that already dirty? Holy crap, that's already getting dirty. Wow, never noticed that before, I guess, as far as how fast that trailer gets dirty. So yeah, there's other plots like this that are just empty for you to do what you want. That has nothing on it. To include the outskirts of the map are pretty undeveloped, I guess, as far as the point where you can take advantage of that build mode that's available here in Farm Sim 22. So regardless if you want to choose one of the pre-laid out farms based on the original layout from the FS19 version of the map, you have the option to just use that or sell it off and start from scratch. So either no spots or the other outskirts of the map. Plenty of flexibility and what you can do. So I'm noticing a little bit of reflection. I don't know why that is though. Huh. Maybe it's just me. So I was noticing on this dirt in particular, it's got a really weird reflection on it. Let's see here. I don't know if y'all can notice that, so just straight up ahead. I can't really point at it. But up the way there, as far as in the distance on the edge of this field, see all that? It's got like a funky reflection on this default dirt. Not sure why it's doing that. Anyway, just something I observed there. So yeah, I only got a little bit more of adjustments to make there, and I'll be making a lot of those adjustments, I guess, as far as post stream here. I do appreciate everybody that did stick around, see me through the end, I guess, as far as to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Solid work effort, I guess, as far as to get that all figured out. I do hope you did enjoy that. I know a lot of it was pretty grueling to watch, but this is, if nothing else, hopefully kind of showcases and gives you an idea, I guess, as far as of what goes into the work that goes into, I guess, as far as to create these maps that you've come to enjoy either on the mod hub and abroad, I guess, as far as so. Very much appreciated. I think I'm going to get off here. I know everybody's probably pretty much vamoosed. It's very understandable. We got a lot of lurkers in here probably, and we will be streaming here on the channel next. Since I already mentioned, I guess, as far as for whatever Wednesday, I guess, as far as continuing to play through on Monbazoo in support of Wood Warrior Project. We got some updates to make to the truck, the good old truck there. So if you want to catch any of that, make sure you have followed the channel, get a notification when the streams are live. The social medias are posted to the channel. It's been posted there in chat as well. Let me put it out there one more time. I'm starting to get super duper hungry, and I need to go raid my refrigerator, I guess, as far as to see what I got available there. There's all the links. Got the Rock Nation Discord, also on the Twitter, and we got our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page that serves as our forum, or our website, splinedesignstudios.com. That's our modding group, I guess, as far as that involve ourselves in with doing such things for Farm Sim 22 and so on. So definitely feel free to check all those out at your leisure, and hope everybody does have a fantastic and sensational rest of your Saturday and your weekend, and we'll hope to see you again real soon. Later, everybody.